I have been a rover and I've walked alone. Hiked 100 highways, never had a home. Even still, I'm happy. The reason is, you see, once in a while along the way, the line's been brought to me. There was a girl in Denver before the summer storm. Her eyes were tender, oh, her lips were warm, and she could smile away the dark sky, kiss away the rain. Though that was long ago, you won't hear me play. I walked along, hiked 100 highways, never had a home. And still I'm happy. The reason is, you see, once in a while along the way, the love that broke to me. There was a girl in Portland before the winter chill. We used to go a-porting along October Hill, and she would smile away the dark clouds, kiss away the snow. All that was long ago, was down the road I go. I had done and I walked along, hiked 100 highways, never had a home. And still I'm happy. The reason is, you see, once in a while along the way, the love that broke. Once in a while along the way, the love that broke. I have to interrupt. I normally just sing the songs too. I have to interrupt. Uh, Kali what's the addition to the title there, Maggie? Should have paid more attention to that. 2758. Okay, we'll ask you about that when you get on. Is in chat. Who is Maggie? And There was a girl in Portland before the winter chill. She went to see Maggie in, well, close enough to winter. The water was running short anyway, or we had to be careful about it's lots of stuff. But yeah, we drove to Portland, Maggie. Fucking hell, we drove to Portland once in a while along the way. Um, well, that's mad, isn't it? And now you're in chat tonight. So if you're listening, as you are listening, you must be listening. If this is going on YouTube, I haven't looked up YouTube yet. We do that. I swear, I don't swear very often. I tell you that much. Hang on, where's PJ channel? I'll just make sure everything's coming through okay here. And I normally don't do this, but I definitely have to do it now. Because I tried to ring you a few times as well, Maggie, and your YouTube, or not your Skype account, is dormant or dead or something, or my whole system has changed as well. But I'm looking for just my own account here to come up and the live show to make sure everything's coming through okay. PJ. Of course, PJ wouldn't be a PJ channel, wouldn't be PJ channel without PJ having a joint and a can on the go. So we're good for that. But let me just check everything's coming through okay. Without PJ having a joint and a can. That's cool. Excellent. And 3 viewers. Maggie, what's going on? 3 viewers. And me and you are just about to have the most epic conversation ever, anywhere, ever. And I don't swear very often. So those with ears here, but I'll put the what do you call it in again. I'll put the link in chat again. I have a couple of more songs to sing. Maggie. Epic, man. And like, I didn't know you were going to be here. I know we'll talk about that in a second, but the song I chose, I've been a rover. Fucking hell, aren't we all rovers? But let me just, there was a girl in Portland. Do you remember sitting on the Portland High Street, Maggie, by the cafe? And I'm embarrassed to not look because it's immediate recollection. Your dear friend's name. Do you remember us doing that in Portland? And we drove all the way, and there's me on driving through American roads in the wrong side, first of all, in a car that has the steering wheel on the wrong side. Fucking hell, all the way. A short trip for you is like 8 hours up the highway. Here, you'd be up and down the length and breadth of Ireland 3 or 4 times in 8 hours. So massive haul, and shit. When you're in the Emerald Triangle, isn't it fucking hilarious, Maggie? The Emerald Triangle, the Emerald Isle, green is the color. I'm looking out at the sky. One of the reasons I came on tonight, because, whatever, anyway, you come on whatever you want. But looking out at the night sky, again, there's this continuous, new, pervasive, persistent green hue to the sky. I've always visited you in the Emerald Triangle in Northern California, and the point I was making there, when you're driving, you don't drive unstoned. So you're stoned all the way. But look, when you're stoned, I think when you're stoned, you're more in possession of the now than at any other time. With drink especially, drink makes you lose contact with the now. You forget. Whereas when you're stoned to a correct level, I mean, obviously you can get off your tits. Excuse my language, but you can do. But when you can control it, you're living in the now. That's why stoned drivers make safer drivers. Absolutely, we're perfectly aware. But anyway, excellent. There's the link in chat again, and for the first while, anyway, it'll only be. How come that's not lighting up there now? Maybe I don't have authorization to post the link. That link should be okay. Let me post, actually, if I post it in StreamYard again, that should come through. I didn't come on to talk about anything in particular, but sort of everything in general. and I'm sort of wired up now for the next hour or two anyway. And so let me post this in StreamYard again. So that's the main link. Just copy paste it, and just join, Maggie, and I'll see your rectangle. I'll see your rectangle in the corner, and I'll just click you to join. Then what an epic conversation! What? Listen, this is not. Listen. How will I preempt this? Maggie here knows that 9/11 was a media and victim fakery extravaganza back in 2000 and what would I say, Maggie? 2011, 2010, probably before that. When I came to Clues Forum, September Clues, I saw you there. You won the only females who was even considering all this stuff. Not to mind contributing some of your own exquisite, excellent stuff. And I hope you saved everything you wrote to me, Maggie, because lots of it. Well, there's a whole story there, right? But anyway, well, I lost everything on my own self, Maggie, all my computer stuff. Funny enough, since I bought this computer because I was buying tickets online to go over to you, the other computer was loaded. That's another story. But pretty much everything since then, everything I've recorded since then, which has been, could write 5 books on it. I have the hard drive here. Your man couldn't read it off of it, but the hard drive eventually just gave up. And more for me for not sort of everything, backing up everything. But yeah, that you're here right now, everything begins anew in a sense. Everything begins anew. I guess in a sense, all artifice is gone as well. And this is important, right? Everything you've ever produced in your life is just an expression of, well, sort of core truth, right? And that's just the thing that's waiting to come out. We're in this limited state here. So I'm thinking in my own way that, okay, it is such a major, I could write books. This is I'm not just talking about any old book. I'm talking about like flat earth and beyond books. So obviously they're of the greatest significance. All science is dead. We've killed all science. So what's the different story in play? Well, this is following that line of inquiry. And okay, I see you, Maggie. Hang on. You don't have to go on camera if you don't want. Do what you want. But bear with me for... oh, man. This is epic. This is epic. Bear with me for... well, you know I have to go through 3 songs. So bear with me. This song, Maggie, honest to God, pay attention to the lyrics. The North Center, right? The story is all prevalent. It's all about the story or greater story. So it's just about us developing with the wherewithal and flat Earth, or at least coming away from the spinning ball Earth. Anyway, that's the most important point. What Earth actually is, that's a different matter. But coming away from the spinning ball Earth gives us that uncertain wherewithal. That's a way of putting it. This is going to be the most, I swear to you, Maggie, and we, you know, that's an intimate swear in a sense. So yeah, this is going to be the most epic conversation ever. Epic, because first of all, your love, Michael Jackson, is the fucking dodo, right? So anyway, I don't mean your love in any derogatory way, but you know what I mean by that. Your fascination, and it's all a fascination for a reason as well. But anyway, let me sing this song and Maggie, pay attention, please. So, yeah, okay, and I'll include you then in a few seconds. So you go and get yourself a bowl, and hopefully, I know about Penelope. I saw your message. Oh, well, listen. We all meet again. We're all eternal, right? And Snickers, if Snickers is still alive, I wonder if she recognized my voice. But anyway. Was over and the spirit was broken. The hills are smoking as the man withdrew. the cliffs, yeah, we watch the ship slowly sinking to their rendezvous. We signed a treaty and our homes were taken. Love was forsaken, they didn't give one day. Try to raise a family and not the enemy. Oh, I went down on the plains of Abraham. A kitten driftwood, gypsy tailwind. They call my home land of snow. Making cold fire, what a way to ride, oh, what a way to go. Some return to the motherland. The hot man had been cast away. Then some stayed on to finish what they started. They never parted, they just felt that way. We had candles and the board. They're all over and around. They wrote in the letter, life is a whole lot better. So pack up your sticks, children, and come on down. Give me the foot, gypsy tailwind. They call my home land of snow. What a way to ride, oh, what a way to go. Beyond the zero and the day became a threat. My clothes were wet and I was drenched to the bone. Been out ice fishing to competition. Makes a man wanna leave the only home he's known. Sail out at the docks, heading for St. Pierre. Nothing to declare, all we have is gone. Go down along the coast, yeah, water the most. But the people that I saw, they keep moving on. I keep moving forward, gypsy tailwind. They call my home land of snow. Cold fire, one way to ride, oh, one way to go. Last summer filled with ill content. This government and this walking and chain. This ain't my turf, nah, this ain't the season. Can't think for the reason to remain. Worked up in the ship, I feel down to New Orleans. They were evergreen until the flood. Call it a nomad, don't you where you're going. My compass north, I got living in my blood. Since I spoke already, set my compass north. I got winter in my blood. Well, where are we going? We go north. We go to the other side. This side, we're on this stump. We're on the cut surface. So anyway, I'm going to break. I'm going to break founding tradition, I guess, in a sense, for all the shows I've done. My third song has always been My Heart in Loop. But funny enough, little twisteroo, I sang that today for the first time when I was busking inside in the main street in Limerick, outside of my main spot where Corona has overtaken all of us. So I sang loud and proud my Corona song. And shit, we're going to do that. So in replacement of My Heart in Lute. So I sang My Heart in Lute. And of course I sang my Corona song as well. But I sang My Heart in Lute today in Limerick. So that I don't sing it right now, I think... it was destined to be. And with Maggie coming on very shortly, well, how wonderful is that? That's absolutely wonderful, Maggie. Absolutely wonderful. How timing? How great timing is that? And just as I mentioned with the lyrics of the song, I have been a rover, and there was a girl in Portland. For fuck's sake! Oh my goodness. Memories, and I swear, honest to goodness, as I was singing in my usual spot, as you see me now, today, on a lamppost, two birds, I was thinking that one was definitely a raven, the other one not so much, it didn't look so much as a raven, but I'm thinking, ravens don't hang out with crows, so it had to be a raven, and there was two ravens, and Odin went around, Maggie, with two ravens on his shoulders. One was Muahem and one was Thugan, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think the translation is memory. One is memory and one is thought. I started thinking about this. I started thinking about, not that I started thinking about it, I'm started thinking about it, but there's just this happened, right? That's what we are. We have the thought and the memory persists, right? The extension of the thought, history of the thought persists in the form of memory, and that's why Odin has one raven on either shoulder to balance one out. Now, I have to look into which is on the right and the left shoulder because there is a distinction, and it is important. One, the greater distinction, it's not a sort of good-evil distinction, it's a more sort of differentiation of terms, an immaterial aspect and a material aspect. There's a father sky, mother earth. Right, so the left is the sinister, which relates more to the everything to do with the material, and then this is what the big G is about. And then we have the other aspect, and the greater upper leaning to all of us. Right, remember, males and females, we're just two. We're two divided from one. So no differentiation. So anyway, I'm going to play this, and I'm going to give it a good blast now. Even though it's late here, I think I'll get away with it. I can't have a drink without saying cheers, and especially to you, Maggie. Cheers, my Maggie. Fucking hell, it's been so long. Anyway. What do you think? What do you think, Maggie? So here's me blasting this out in the streets of Limerick. Men, women, and children all around with masks. Well, children aren't. But, and I have to say, well, I'm the luckiest man alive in a sense. I'm the loneliest man alive. Just no comment. And when you get to this, when you start talking about some of the stuff, when the very first thing you have to say is controversial in the extreme, to anybody, well, you soon learn that, well, there's no point in sort of saying much to anybody or everybody. Um, yeah, let what will happen, let what will be like. So in these Corona times, um, yeah, you become more and more isolated because Corona affects everyone, and there's very few voices talking openly anyway about Corona being a hoax. And I mentioned before on the Hangout, the people, the official fucking brigade going around, they're all break crisis actors. That's what they are. And I met them. I took the microphone and they switched it off on me because they're crisis actors going from town. They're the official Corona is a hoax parade, the truth, the circus, Maggie. So we'll talk about that in a second. That's very interesting. But yeah, in all of my solitude, all of my isolation, I'm the luckiest man in Ireland today. I know it, and yesterday, and whenever I went singing as well, because in spite of all of the shutdownedness, right? Because everything is really quiet and no main business is open. I, as an individual, am a receipt of the most passing love as I can imagine it. If I was in Shop Street in Galway, it'd be a different story, I guess, but I don't imagine it. That's too active as well. But then any man in Ireland, definitely. And what I mean by that is more so from the children, but from the adults as well. I've received many compliments. And of course, people contribute and donate to the cause, if you want. And it's not about money going in there. No, none of the other buskers go in there. For me, it's not about money. If you make some money, it's good. I'll tell you straight now, it's true. I made €27 today, which is fucking fantastic. When I was busking in England, when I lived in York, and at the time I had lots of money. Money wasn't the issue. I just wanted to sing. And when I was in York, that's in England. You had to apply to the council to fucking have a license to bus, and if they deemed you good enough, well, then you were offered a pass, I guess. But I bussed for about 3 hours there, and I made 5 pence, literally 5 pence. So to make today in these Corona-ridden times, to make €27 was, and it doesn't even matter. It's nothing to do. I tell you from my heart, it's nothing at all to do with the money. But how I'm the luckiest man around, it's just the passing love, the appreciation from people, and especially children. I love children. Outside of my beautiful son, Stephen, I miss my daughter the most. I wanted 5 children. I miss my daughter the most. I don't have a daughter. So it's the thought, the idea. It's the raven on one shoulder, the memory then on the other shoulder. Well, that's a different matter. Anyway, let me sing this, and in a sense, this is a fucking great voice. This is a great expression. It really is, right? Because there's the quietness, the stillness of the surround, and then you have the reverberation of this. I've sang it. I think I sang it about twice today, but I've sang it 3 times on a few occasions. Especially when there's cops, police walking by, right? The police serve a purpose as well, but when they were walking by, and they never bother me, and of course I've been up to the police station loads of times as well, letting them know that what you're doing is treacherous and treasonous beyond measure here, and ultimately that the onus comes back on the individual. You decide to do something that, well, you haven't questioned to a certain level to know whether it was sort of morally right or morally wrong in relation to the position you choose, the suit you choose to wear. Well, that's down on you at the end of the day. Who are you going to make excuses to? You were the one always around. It doesn't matter what situation. When it comes to public servants, that's a different matter. But anyway, here's the song, Maggie, and just for the night being in it, I change. For the first time, I mean, I can say 160 hangouts, however many hangouts it is. But since I came up with the song My Heart in Lute, which is so meaningful, honestly, myself and Maggie are going to be talking for ages. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to replace it with the song because, well, pay attention to the last line, and I think everything is contained within the last line. It's the point. Yeah, so this is a song for you, actually, Maggie. So once we sort of made our way through the layers of obvious fakery, where does that lead us? And yeah. Corona, it's all about Corona. By the way, one of my keys is missing from the it's it's the eighth key as well as missing. It went out of tune, and you can adjust them by just taking off the top and just shaving away some of the little. It's a little brass reed that moves up and down. So shave a little bit off the top, it moves more freer and gives you a higher note. Well, I fucked it up with my fucking, and then it was only €18, $20 harmonica, but still, just with my my big bulldog fingers. So yeah, if there's a bit of, yeah, that's the reason. Otherwise, I'd give it a full blast. And let me just apologize beforehand. Not apologize really. When I finish, because it's an exerting song, I'm gonna have a smoke and a drink at the window, and then I'll be back to talk. Grab yourself a bowl, Maggie, and go in, Maggie. Keep your sound on, and go into your kitchen and make yourself up the best cocktail you ever made yourself up. Do that, okay? And then go where you're going to go when we have a chat, and yeah. So pay attention, especially to the last line, Maggie. Long as the hopes, COVID is a joke. COVID's a hoax, Corona is a joke. What are you going to do when you find out they went to make a joke? Wow, long as the hopes, COVID is a joke. COVID's a hoax, Corona. It's a joke, oh, what do you want to do when you find out they went to joke? Wow. What are you going to do when you find out they went to joke? Wow. It's a whole lot of things. Put on your mask like you go. Put on your mask like you go. What are you going to do when you find out they went to make the door around? There's a whole lot of folks. There's a whole lot of folks. See the light, see the light. There's a whole lot of folks. See the light, see the light of heaven. That's it. That's it.
I wish some of the neighbours come down. Jesus Christ, I'm withered. I don't care. It's 1 o'clock.
Fucking hell, volume down.
Can't hear it.
I'm talking now. That is excellent. I don't care. I had to give it sort of half volume there. I got some complaints. That's okay. Expected that. That's excellent. On the street there, I can blast it out full volume, and I do. Of course, I certainly do. Oops. So apologies, as promised, I'm just going to have a smoke at the window. Here's the thing here, man. Epic. 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, let me just say while I'm fucking clearing up a can that I have spilled there because of the complaints I had from the noise levels, which are fair enough. That's fair enough. That the first song, as far as I know, Frank Sinatra was the first to cover it. So whoever, maybe his brother, the composer of My Way, another very interesting song, was at the helm there. But yeah, I've been a rover. Johnny Cash also covered it. It was a great song, a great sentiment as well, great story told. Second song, well, we'll talk about that in a minute. Fantastic song, absolutely loaded with clues for us. The band is the name of the band who sang it originally, and the band have a close association with Bob Dylan as well. So the third song then, well, that's by some unknown artist called, well, the Dodo, Peachy. Now, on that note, Maggie Wild, I can't believe it. I can't
Here I am.
believe it, Maggie. Let me hang on a second. Hang on a second. When I met you first, you had a bowl waiting for me, so I have a joint waiting for me this side. When we meet again.
Oh, someone's saying hello.
Oh
You
my
hear us?
goodness.
Oh my gosh, he thinks you're there gonna throw out. It's not
Penelope.
No, it's not real Peter. Snickers.
Snickers will never forget me. I was Snickers' best friend. Any man
Yes,
you've
you
ever had
were,
in your
and you
life,
ruined
Maggie.
her. You ruined her.
Any man you've ever had in your life, Maggie, and we know, of course, there were plenty. Well, Snickers will always remember this man, this Irish man.
You're sort of unforgettable, Peter. That's all I can say.
That's true,
I
because
got
I
a
spent
little.
5 weeks with you, Maggie, and
We
most of
did.
the
It
time you
was.
were working hard to pay for, obviously, the luxury that you allowed me to live in for my 5 week stay there. So I got to know Snickers and Penelope, of course, better than anyone else. Well, occasionally there was the guys who were coming around wondering why you were trimming off all of the best parts of the weed you were growing. I did quiz you on that myself. I was like, why are you doing this? All of the stuff, right, that you, oh, Maggie, honest to God, when I remember I stuffed some of this in my shoe when I was coming home.
Yeah. No, you took the that oil. Didn't you take that oil?
That was this. Yes, I did as well. That was brilliant. The stuff, but do you know the stuff that you had in like the pillow bags? The stuff you were, oh, Maggie, honest. Cheers, Maggie. Oh my goodness. Are you in you're in your same abode there, are you? So I've been in that house and
you've been in that. Oh yeah. I've kind of redone it. You know, there's some interesting things, you know.
You look fantastic, Maggie. You're a bit left of the camera, but I mean
I don't know how to move me or the camera. There.
Well, I often fall for that myself. So when I'm looking at the camera here, it'll be so artificial, right? I end up.
Well,
looking
I'm
at
also walking around, which I should probably sit
That's
down.
cool as well. Okay, you take your time. And shit, I've what's so the song that came to mind? Maybe. Oh, Maggie. Well, I'll tell you a story about. Anyway. Maybe I've been there before. I know those walls, I've walked those floors. I used to live alone before I knew you. I know those walls and I walked those floors in the Emerald Island. And
Okay, how's that?
that's perfect. That's perfect. How are you, Maggie? You're perfect as well.
I'm feeling great.
Tell the truth.
I am, you know, I mean, it's kind of a crazy time, as you might imagine.
Well,
you know. I'm at war.
Snickers?
What?
Is that really Snickers? And
oh yeah, that's Snickers barking out there.
Did you get did obviously Penelope, of course? Well, she was sort of half yours anyway, half the neighbors. So
oh, don't bring that up. Okay.
That's okay.
A very
though.
sore
That's a different
subject.
story.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
but...
that was my dog. Okay. That was not your dog.
Yes, but when you go down to make a convincing argument to your neighbor and you're stoned out of your box, it doesn't come out quite right. So that's why, you know, anyway, I know, you know, but have you first of all replaced Penelope? You can't replace Penelope. Have you got another dog, a dual?
Have you been talking to my son? Because he keeps talking to me about getting another dog, and I keep telling him no.
Well,
because Snickers is a shop dog now. I take her to the shop every day. So
have you told her how to do what you do?
What?
So when you're out, have you told her to do what you do? So when you're out the back smoking the reefers, Snickers is in doing all the embroidery.
She's doing all the work. Yeah,
you're a fucking genius. I knew you were a genius the minute I came off that plane. See, I told you, if I only stayed there, I would have fucked it up. All I would have did was just thrown the ball, Snickers come back, and I would have just done that for years. You know it better than anyone. You know that better than anyone. It's so easy to kill the now, right? Now is still now, though. Isn't that amazing? It's like we only met yesterday. So remember the time we departed in the...
my God. That was so ridiculous. That was embarrassing. You were embarrassing. Crying like that. The way you just behaved, it was just... I kept saying, you know, I can't do anything about it. He's just very emotional, you know.
Doesn't it seem like yesterday, though? That's my point. I wasn't going to bring up any details. I mean, listen, I'm an emotional guy. I didn't want to leave the Emerald Triangle, and I'm here sort of in the Emerald Isle. So I sort of felt going back, and then of course the tears are going to flow then. So I mean, I can't help that, but I don't apologize for being open in that way. I'm sort of
Yeah.
one of those, Maggie. Actually, Maggie, honest to God, this is Michael Jackson. This is why he is. Is he male, female? Is he black? Is he white? Because we're both. All of us are both. So I always reckon, and I knew it. I always have a sort of a gentle, feminine side to me, which is like not considered masculine. And this is all my life. I realize it. You know what I mean? When they talk about men not being able to express their opinions or thoughts on things, that's not me. That's not me.
No,
I
that's
mean,
not you. No,
right.
that's not you.
So, but I think that's par for the course now in terms of the times we're going through. And look, Michael Jackson is the dodo, Maggie. Why did he fake his death? Of course, you knew he faked his death, but why did he come back as the Five Alive dodo? You know?
Well, I don't know that answer. I know that he's been busy.
Well, what else? What's the latest?
Well,
What's your latest
okay.
updates?
My latest theory on the man. First of all, I'm thinking that there's two Michael Jacksons. That if you look at, there's a picture of the man in the mirror, there's the two Michael Jacksons looking at each other. They're not exactly the same. And it may be that, after all these, 11 years of studying the subject, I really don't know shit. But this is one possibility. There's two of them. And maybe one died. I don't really know. But there's a personality difference between them very clearly. One of them, I got to find that. I don't know. I got to figure out how to send you these pictures. But in this one picture, as a young man, like 5, 6 years old, there's the one Michael Jackson who's slightly darker, and he's more jovial and happy and loves everyone. And then there's the other one who has kind of a more cautious look on the world, the Dark Knight. So I think that maybe there's two of them, kind of like there's two Elvises, seems to be two of everybody. I don't know.
But where does that live? I'm just having a cigarette. I'm just slightly to the left here, whatever, you're right. But where does that, well, funnily enough, left and right, I mean, it's all a matter of perspective. But I'm asking more so, this should be a private conversation, Maggie, but yeah, I think it's great that, it is what it is. Where does that leave you in terms of let me ask you a question. What's Michael Jackson doing right now? What's his latest endeavor? He has to be involved in the corona in some way, right?
In the corona? What do you mean? What do you mean in the corona?
In the corona hoax. This is the hoax that brings...
Oh, yeah. I mean, think about him. Think about the last time we saw him. He was like in a wheelchair, all crippled up with a mask hanging, the whole mask thing. It's obvious that he either knew it was going to happen or planned it or something like that. So...
Well, Maggie, he's, of course, now you have to realize he's an actor from the very outset. So if there was two Michael Jacksons... That was scripted from the outset. So everything leads up to corona. It has to. Ona, Maggie, is the light of heaven. The light of heaven. On a flat earth, and I'm not sure, I don't even think, where have you come away from Lord Stephen Christ, who spent 33 months in jail because he threatened President Obama, which Pete Shea revealed, Maggie, was Will Smith. Will Smith plays the role of fucking Obama and Osama. Do you remember over in Clues Forum days? We were going... Well, me, myself, anyway.
Okay, so wait a second. Let me stop you right here. So you think they're all just actors. They're not really good.
Of course they are.
So they're just playing a role, all of them? There's no real bad guys?
From the very start. Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson is the dodo. Do you remember Michael Jackson's relations with Paul McCartney?
That I've never quite figured out, honestly, because obviously.
But think about it. It was the backlog. It was the back production of all of the Beatles. So Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney, who was an integral part of the band, were fighting for the rights, and they fell out because of that. They fell out because of, as the story goes. We know it's all scripted. Both of them are the dodo. It was a rite of passage. It was handing on the baton. Paul McCartney is the dodo. That's my own find. Now the dodo is Maggie. You won't believe it. I mean, Tom York from Radiohead. 9/11 was a movie, as we know. Every movie has a soundtrack. The soundtrack was Kid A from Radiohead, which was released in 2000, a year beforehand. And well, the lead singer, chosen specifically for this, the greatest blockbuster of our age, of our era, well, Tom York. I actually lived in New York for 6 months back in 2010, and that's where I first found out about 9/11 conspiracy. It's an amazing story, but yeah, he is also nicknamed the Dodo. So the Dodo connection is expressed throughout in this greater script. That's the way it is. Black and white. Michael Jackson, the duality. It's because of our dual nature. You are me, Maggie. You're my divided half along the back, and I'm your divided half. When we connect both, then you have wings. We're the fallen angels.
We are?
You know that anyway. I think you know that. Remember that big hole in the tree you had out the front?
Oh my God.
ARISTARCHUS, tree of
Oh
life.
my God. This has changed everything for me. I have to tell you about that tree. Are you, oh, you're just walking aside. Okay. So you know how that tree is cut out from the inside? Like you can, to explain this to other people, I have a giant old growth redwood tree in my front yard, which I could take you to see, actually. Can I do that? Oh, maybe it wouldn't work. But anyway.
Maggie, you feel free, my dear. You do what you can do. And
Well, I know, but I thought I'd lose connection. But anyway, there's a giant redwood tree out my front
well, I've
door.
seen it. I've sat in it, by the way. You just be showing.
Yeah,
the
you can
audience.
walk inside it. Like they have redwood trees you can drive through. It's not quite that big, but you can walk inside it. And I was always told that lightning struck that tree and that redwood trees burn from the inside, which I took as face value. But then recently I've been walking around in the neighborhood and I noticed that every single giant redwood tree burned from the inside and is scorched on the outside. So it couldn't have been lightning. Pardon?
Yours did the opposite? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that they all were seemingly struck by lightning, if that is to be the explanation.
Well, what happened to your tree, to the best of your knowledge?
Well, that's what they say, but the official thing is that lightning struck this tree and it burned from the inside because that's what redwood trees do. But that doesn't even make any sense, really, because the inside of a tree is less burnable. It's more hard than the exterior, generally speaking. A giant redwood would have.
That's interesting. Sorry, Maggie. Can we just, if I say one and you say two, let's say consecutive, and just see how much of a delay there is, just the way I'm sort of appreciating, interaction here. 1,
2.
That's fucking amazing. It took me fucking 8 hours to fly home from you, and I can speak to you directly right now. I just fucking sore in my arse for 3 weeks.
I know. But you don't get to throw the ball for Snickers.
Listen, so when you moved into the house, then you didn't know the tree was there in its form, and you didn't know what exactly happened, or was there testimony that something has struck the tree? And this is
I don't know that people just kind of said that, but
what is so excellent question, Maggie. Then, because this is in your own neighborhood, in your own backyard, if you want,
right?
What is lightning? I have loads of questions I could ask you because I have answers in my own thoughts. What is lightning? What is the core structure of a tree? What is it that actually combusts? What burns? I can understand perfectly why the inside of the tree would burn. So if some major electrical source hit the tree, it's the fluids inside that would boil. So it's all the tar in the center, the spine, the pine tree, Maggie. We're all trees. We're trees, Maggie. Look at our limbs. Look at our spine. We're trees. We're flowers, actually. Look at our heads. Look at our brains. Our brains are unfolded. Tuck your chin into your neck and there's a perfect hollow for it. So if you put your brain in that orientation and connect your other half, which you've been always looking for, we've all always been looking for our other half, then you have the brain like a pod. Close the
Oh,
pod.
right.
Close the
We're
pod.
pod people. We're pod people
And then you
now.
have the heart. Then you have the heart at the center, right? And everything below the heart is an explosion of everything above. This is what I think. This is what I think. And everything above the heart you can find below the heart. Our mouth, for instance, is an anus. It's an anus. It's an anus. It's sorry, Maggie. How do you feel about that?
Not great. Not really great, honestly.
Well,
it's not
that's
an
only because
image that I want to,
not that I threw it at
focus
you.
on.
That's only because we've been told to hate anuses.
I haven't talked to you in 2 years, and this is what you have to talk about? 2 years? 3 years? I don't know.
Well, I am talking shit. I do talk shit a lot of the time.
I know.
And
But that's
funny
not
enough-
what, okay, but that's not what I was trying to say about these trees.
Okay, sorry about that.
So I think they were struck by, the reason I say this is because during the California fires, they showed several examples of trees burning from the inside out. And I think the California fires were dew weapons.
Come on.
So that,
No way.
okay, so get this, you're familiar with the mud flood thing, right? You know about mud flood and the...
You're going to go back to, so I know this, you can't fool me now because there's only a millisecond delay. You're going to go back to Judy Wood on 9/11, aren't you?
Why?
Well, because now you believe the image. I'm not talking about, but the story, the general story, conspiracy story is that this is directed energy weapons that are causing these. And I haven't even looked into it too much, Maggie, because, I think, well, Judy Wood and Dimitri Kalasov. We're left with three options on 9/11. You know the Simon Chak. That's the truth, right? It was a media and victim fakery, symbolic extravaganza. So what are the two other options we're left with? Dimitri Kalasov, which is the thermonuclear option, right? Or which they built in, as destruction sort of mechanisms if the case might arise, or the Judy Wood camp. So we have Dimitri and Wood. Half a tree and wood, right? What does that tell you? Well, Dimitri, the divided tree of life, ARISTARCHUS, that's what it tells me. But when it comes to, all of these directed energy weapon stories, I've heard of them. I haven't paid too much attention. Outside of the media, have you any direct evidence?
Well, there are pictures of, during the California fires, there are several pictures of some type of ray hitting the ground. And people, there are some testimonials. And the other thing is that I lived through the Oakland fires and they didn't move that quickly. It took days for it to move. These things moved like lightning fast. And if you look at the pictures, they're just not convincing to me because homes are completely demolished and trees next to them still have green on them. They're supposed to be forest fires, not house fires.
I guess this is getting into a different area in a sense.
Yes, it is getting into a whole different thing I didn't really want to get to, but I'm just simply saying about the redwood tree that I don't think the story that we've been told about the redwood trees is true.
Just to deal with your own queries about it then, for your own tree in particular, if I was to imagine a lightning bolt to strike a tree, such intense power potential, right? Like our own bodies. If it's a bit like lightning struck me, I would imagine that the more viscous material within, which is the fluid, right, or the more viscous.
No, I'm not disagreeing that lightning could have, but the thing is, why would lightning have struck every single tree in the area?
Well, no, I'm not talking about any other. I'm talking about your own tree. So if that's the what do you call it, cause? If you put that on as a root cause for your own tree to be hollowed out, I can see that being a viable option because, well, with all the fluids flowing, all the central sap, it's the fluids that will boil quickly, and they will tend to ignite. No, not ignite as such, you know what I mean, but just go beyond the
Right.
level.
I'm not disputing that possibility that
Okay.
a single tree in a forest, but if every single tree in the forest experienced a similar hollowing out,
Is that in your own forest, local forest?
yes,
Really? I go up
within
that hill.
3 minute walk.
Really, Maggie? I mean, I didn't know it was that local.
No, I'm telling you, I didn't. It's like I just had this kind of epiphany. I've been walking up and down and I kind of noticed these trees and then I started inspecting them and every single giant redwood is somehow hollowed out. Some of them were cut down and left to lie there for some inexplicable reason. And they're all burnt out. The whole forest was burnt at some point, but we have never been told that truth about the area. We've been told that the redwoods were cut down by the people here.
Right.
I mean,
So,
honestly, if I could prove this is
no,
a big
it's
deal.
okay. That's okay. But the redwoods themselves are not sort of indigenous to that area, is it? You have to
Oh,
go
yes,
further.
they are.
Oh, but they were, right? But now,
No, the
when
ones,
let's say when I arrived there, was there many redwoods when I visited you
that's
in
all they
2000?
are. We're surrounded
Yeah.
by redwoods.
I thought there were like more pine trees or.
No, 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 no. There are pine trees, but
And
no,
when
the
you say no,
redwoods.
no, 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 do you mean no? I'm sorry, I didn't realize, Maggie. But has all that sort of been destroyed, or it's not? It's the
Well, see,
same.
the thing
If I was
is,
to drive
okay,
to you tomorrow, if I was to drive to you tomorrow, would I have the same drive coming in from the local
yeah,
Eureka?
yeah,
Okay. What
yeah,
is
but
a
see
tree,
the,
Maggie? What is a tree?
what do you mean?
What is a tree?
It's a giant plant.
Is it something natural or is it something unnatural? That's a good question. Now, you've seen, of course, the video "No Forest and Flat Earth," right? Which
Right.
right. So getting back, and I know you're along this path as well. So what are trees now in relation to what trees were? And if there is
Uh,
if there is a variation in terms of even recent times, in terms of how we would define what trees are, is it towards a greater a purpose maybe? If they're shrubs, for instance, that's my point here. This is what I'm trying to ask. If they're all sort of shrubs, then what we perceive as destruction of the natural environment might actually be just a war on terror. Remember War on Terror? The War on Terror. If terror is a of a broken nature, well, then the war on the broken nature would be only tending to fix it, right? Like the war on your broken bike. That's my. What do you think?
well, yeah, really? I mean, it
Yes,
doesn't seem to
really,
be,
absolutely, really, absolutely, really. Definitely,
and
really. Only because, right, no forest and flat earth, Aristarchus, giant trees, crystalline trees, Devil's Mountain. I don't know if we saw that. We saw Mount, what was it? Well, Shasta. We saw Mount Shasta driving up to Portland, right? But
no,
yeah, all these
no.
things. Did we
Did we
not?
go, did we go through? Oh, yeah, we did see it because we went to Ashland. Yes, yes, yes. We did see it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's
Was
a
it? No,
volcano.
yeah. Okay. Yes, but what are these things, right? So, what is the relationship between mountains, volcanoes, and well, stuff like the Devil's Mountain, for
Somehow
instance?
this is, it's hard to hear you. It's,
Well, you've moved around. I've stayed where I am. Let me go to the window for a smoke,
okay,
and let's see if that improves your hearing.
probably.
And if it doesn't, I won't give a fuck. I'm kidding. Well, maybe actually, hang on. Maybe it's. I think the microphone actually is underneath the computer here. So This is epic because we're sort of getting distracted in a sense. But when Maggie comes back, I'll ask her what real tangible difference has it made? And I don't think it's made much of a difference. A lot of the stuff we're considering, of course, goes on in our minds, and what sort of bent we put in it. You know, what sort of
I'm back.
yeah. I was just saying, Maggie, what we're talking about here is way off topic, but everything is on topic in a great sense as well. But you know, if you were to take the drive, I was come over to you again in the morning, and or you were to come over here, you haven't been here before, but if you took the drive, everything would appear the same. So the turmoil has gone on in our minds as well to figure out what might be going on. And of course, when it comes to media, when it comes to what influences we have, um, well, you're hands on in terms of the California fires. I don't know anything about that. Honestly, I have it tuned out completely from the media. I don't know what's going on anymore. I really don't. I've Maggie, honest to God, I've accepted Maggie. Eden is upon us, Maggie. That's the way I look at it. Eden is upon us. The green hue to the sky, the aurora borealis, the barrier has been inflated. This is what 9/11 was. This is what Dr. Judy Wood was about. Remember they threw up the energy pillars on commemoration of 9/11? These are directed energy weapons upwards for me to re-inflate the barrier. And that's the way I see it. So I've sort of tuned out from any and all mainstream offerings, especially once Corona came along, which I predicted myself, Maggie, 2019, Easter 2019. And fuck off, Maggie. I started counting from zero instead of one. I started counting from 2000 instead of 2001. I know we haven't been speaking, but I've spoken on my own channel on this, but I started counting from 2000 instead of 2001. The old 01 conundrum, the Y2K. So that's the way I look at it. Everything, we're saved or we're doomed. And I say we're saved. I say we're
Well,
absolutely
I
saved.
think you're right, but I have to say I'm pretty hooked on the show right now. I've been invested in the show.
Well, don't change it. You follow
No,
follow
no,
your
no. I mean, it's the greatest show on earth. I've been waiting for this show. This is it, you know.
it is. It is.
Seriously, I kind of
No.
I view, I kind of think that Michael's directing it all, and we're kind of part of it, and it's fascinating.
Michael can't be directing it all, though. He can't be. He's a character. He's a character in place. This is a greater story. This is what the story of the dodo unfolds, that it goes back centuries. It goes back to the very beginning.
All right. Well, but he may be playing the part. Okay, so, but remember he said that he wanted to direct a movie
Yeah, but
about his,
what movie is the movie of our lives, the movie of existence, of life?
well, of just what you talked about, redemption.
Well, I mean, this is the danger about when we come to flat Earth, Maggie. Who have you got in spades waiting for us at the door with their book in hand? Bible literalists. We're told not to craft idols. So I would say be careful not to craft idols. And that's, if
Hmm.
I was to drink with you there, I'd love to have a drink with you there. I would joke in a similar manner. But Michael Jackson, for me, is a conduit. He's a major player in all of this. Of course he is. Of course he is. But as a player in his time, the story has been going on since, well, the beginning of time. And this is what the dodo tells us. The dodo was discovered in 1598, which is 422 years ago. Michael Jackson faked his death, obviously. Do you need to be a genius to work out Michael Jackson faked his death, Maggie? Or do you need to just put a little bit of fucking time in? I don't mean, I'm saying that to other people. You know what I mean? You need to put a little bit
No,
of
it's really,
time.
I mean, if you have an open mind and you think that
Right,
it's possible, if you have a
right,
closed mind, nothing will work. But,
right. Well, Maggie, you're one of the smartest women I've ever met, right? Well, I mean,
well, of course, yes, that
you
goes
know.
without saying.
So, so if there's a greater chess game at play here, that's not a challenge to you at all to figure that out. So there has to be always a different layer. You know what I mean? That's where I'm coming from. And when Michael Jackson returned as the Five Alive Daughter, first of all, it's like flat Earth. First of all, you have to get to the fucking fact that Michael Jackson faked his death. Once you go from there, then he's leaving you clues all the way, as you know.
Right.
Well, Five Alive Dodo. Do you know what I mean when I say Michael Jackson Returned is the Five Alive Dodo?
Right. It was the commercial.
Right. So the dodo only comes into its own when it comes to flat Earth. So now we have, look, and it really connects everything, right? So you know of course you know it, Kali Yuga, right? So you know the representation of the universe, which is the turtle with the elephants and the disc.
Right.
So the turtle represents longevity, saline waters beyond. So in our reality, saline waters beyond, longevity, self-containment, right, with the shell. The elephants represent solidity, right? Dry land. Of course, elephants have trunks as well, right? So the disc, so that's the solidity, that's the foundation. And then that's the material foundation. And then we have the disc on top. Now, the disc on top, what might that represent? Of course, they talk about the pizza. It represents the map of the earth, the layout, the relative arrangement of the land. Well, upon arrival, alongside the Bible literalists selling their literal Bible, right? Because we told you science were liars. Now you can trust our book that we have 7,000 years on our side. Well, you have the Gleason's map pushers, right? So the Gleason's map being the representation. But when we come to flat Earth, Gleason's map, we find Australia is at the top. And you're going, hang on, every fucking map I've ever seen, Australia's been at the bottom. Land down under. So when we rotate it around, and you imagine some of the waters drained out, like the Gulf of Mexico, the Mediterranean Sea, for instance, a certain bird jumps out, and that's the dodo bird. So that's the context, for Michael Jackson returning as the Five Alive Dodo. And of course, flat Earth. Look at all the gurus who won't speak about flat Earth that we followed all the way. That's for a particular reason, not because they're actors on the stage. And as individuals, I think it's our quest to recognize the actors and ultimately see, Maggie, that
Well, that's the Truman Show.
There's only one token on the Game of Life board, and that's your token here.
Right.
That's why Piche Maggie, Aristarchus being revealed is the dodo leads to Aristarchus. The dodo came about because the tree was cut. So the tree cut, you have a stump, right? You have a flat surface. On the other side, which is what Quasi-Luminous talks about, we have to get through the North Center. I think the tree is intact, and we are intact ourselves. We are united. But on this side, as the tree was cut, we have a stump surface, and me, myself, having an art. You can testify, have I an artificial limb, Maggie?
Right. Yes,
How
absolutely.
many times did you tell me to shove my artificial limb up where the sun doesn't shine? I tried
Not
it.
enough.
I tried it, but I wasn't sure which side to try first. None of them were comfortable. But so the tree being cut, we live on the stump, the flat surface, right? Everything then goes to the North Center in a spiraling fashion downwards, where the core emanates from. What is that tree? The dodo is the flat map, right? And the dodo also represents the divided state of us. God divided, G-O-D-O-D, to give the sun. It represents the divided state of us and the divided state of Earth itself. And divided state of what ultimately? Well, Aristarchus, the tree of life, and that's what it's named. Aristarchus is listed as the most mysterious crater on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe. So if it's all a game of clues, like Mark Sargent told us, and were you there in Fake? I don't think you were in Fakeologist, Maggie, when Mark Sargent did his interview number 1.
I don't think so.
Fakeologist, yeah. But that was back in the day. So he's a clue giver, and just as much of it has to be like Nathan Oakley, like any of the characters. Who do you trust? Actually, great question for you. Who do you trust these days, Maggie, for information or
for information?
Do you know what I mean? Some place you might listen to regularly, or are you still a member of the Michael Jackson Hoax Death Forum?
Oh, that doesn't really even exist, and you can't trust anybody. I am in pretty frequent correspondence with one person, honestly, who kind of I trust. We kind of share information. He's a real Michael Jackson kind of person. And
well, I mean, because it's been so long as well. Where are you at? What's
oh
going
my
on?
God.
What's happening right now? Do you feel? Do you feel? How would I say it? Rejuvenated in a sense that, like, okay, we got the time wrong. We remember we thought when I went over in 2013, we thought this was it. I think 2012 happened, Maggie. I really do. It's a transformation period. You know, it's sort of, it's like you're in a cocoon, and you're
It
sort
is
of.
very weird. Yeah, it is. It is very strange. I'm pretty much estranged from all of my friends right now.
You said that when I went over, and there was busloads of beautiful people that
Oh
I
no.
found, and I found myself lonely as hell. Hang
Oh
on,
no.
I thought Maggie was in the same boat as me, but
No, it just, a lot of it, for example, a lot of this has happened because of the stupid masks thing. This is what has divided people here. And you can, you know, I those people didn't, accept any of the things that you and I would talk about, so I would just avoid it. But now you can't really avoid the mask discussion
no.
or the
Well,
vaccination discussion. And so, I mean, I know most of the people I know are, wear the mask as much as you possibly can and put two or three on if that helps, and if you see somebody not wearing a mask, call the police immediately. That's the kind of attitude they have, and I can't deal
what do
with
you
them.
mean? Is that around your own Eureka? Is that around your own workplace, or not Eureka?
Yeah, Eureka.
Yeah, Eureka. What's the other place, Maggie? The
Arcata.
Arcada.
Oh, those
That
people are the fucking worst.
those Arcadians, Maggie.
Arcadians, yes.
Remember I told you to just, if you were listening, to pay attention to the second song I was singing, Acadian Driftwood. Acadian Driftwood.
I don't
And
think of Arcata as Arcadian because
Acadian, Acadian. And you're in the
Arcatan,
what?
Arcata. It's just Arcata. It's not Arcadia.
Yes, but the song I sang was Arcadian Driftwood. Gypsy Tailwind. That's the second song I sang, which was pointing towards the north. Some major disturbance at the north, and then everyone had to flee and then ultimately go back. So I'm just saying, because you're sort of central to Eureka and Acadia, or Acada, is it?
Arcata.
Acadia? Arcadia.
Oh my
I
God.
just thought it's just a funny thing. It's just a funny thing. And well, listen, Maggie, everything either counts or it doesn't. The story of the dodo tells us, my dear Maggie, that this earth in its current form is 422 years old. Now put that in your fucking bong and smoke it. I don't mean that in a bad way. But Maggie, that's where my heart is at. Remember Nico Haupt from 9/11, the original no planer? He went on, an actor now, like Simon Jack is an actor, like Hai Puloi is an actor. Nico Haupt went on to do a body of work called Google 1649ish, which in his vast body of work, a vast body of research, no original source material predating 1649ish. So,
No, I wouldn't be surprised. No, I
right.
think I don't,
So what if
I,
everything has significance then, Maggie? Absolutely everything has significance. What if that? That's what I'm thinking in terms of Eureka, Arcata, Emerald Isle, Emerald Triangle, where I went to from the Emerald Isle. Do you know what I mean? It's in this greater sort of closed context. And if everything began at that short setting ago, that's mad. I'm 48. You don't have to say anything, Maggie. You look fantastic, Maggie. Honestly, whatever Snickers is doing to you, it's working. But
I
Maggie,
turned 71.
you didn't have to say that. But look, it doesn't matter at all.
No,
Time is irrelevant. Time is only in relation to the
no,
passage.
I totally, I kind of view it as like, wow, that's really weird, but whatever. I don't take it too seriously.
Well, good stuff. Because if this whole experience is only that number of years old, that changes everything. changes absolutely everything. It makes absolutely everything significant, everything in our lives, because everything in our lives needs must have happened to take you to where you are right now. And where are we right now? We're in a time where, well, the world has never known the equivalence of. This is the Corona time. Well, what does Corona mean? Sure, we have all these minor difficulties. Imagine how foolish people will feel when they figure out the Corona. And of course, the clues are everywhere, right? Well, when Chrome was here, first of all, Maggie, they were selling us all these images that look, fucking big truckloads of bodies and tents outside hospitals that couldn't cater for all the dead. You were dropping dead immediately. Now, if you have Corona here, you're fucking, stay at home for 14 days and you're grand, go back to work then and just mix it up a bit. Even though they're telling you at the same time that there's mutant strains of Corona now, so God knows how it's sort of in incubation. God knows how it's going to be passed on. No, no, no. There's something else going on, and well, for me, I have a smile on my heart in the sense, like because it's all about the individual waking up. When people, find out eventually, I think what they're going to do ultimately is like they did on 9/11, take over the airwaves and just broadcast truth. We have another 3 months, which well, not quite 3 months. April 1st is the new year. April 1st, and funny enough, Maggie, I talk about 422-year existent Earth. 422 last year, which is April 22nd, was Earth Day. One of Michael Jackson's most iconic songs was Earth Song, right? Michael Jackson is the dodo. The dodo is the map of
Uh,
the dodo's map of the Earth. So it's this greater context that how long has it go since I spoke to you, Maggie? I did try to ring you a few times on Skype,
I
but
know, but I don't have Skype anymore.
okay, well, I mean, okay. You have
I'll,
StreamYard?
I'll, what?
You streamlined into StreamYard?
I never did this before, so here we are. I don't.
That's coming. It's coming through great. But
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I lost my Skype because I think my um, computer died and I couldn't remember the password.
okay. And you were
Honestly,
sick,
that's what happened.
and you were sick and tired of trying to contact me as well, right? How much apologies have I to? How much on my knees have I to get to you, Maggie? But
Oh,
all,
no, no, no. It's all good.
it's
You
mad. All I
know,
can say is it's a mad sort of journey. It's a mad journey, and um, I haven't been living it up or anything. I've been living in a sort of an isolated cocoon state as well. You can't talk to anyone. There's no talking to anyone here, and anyone I do talk to, I get into trouble. I'm banned from all the local pubs around, and I swear to God, everyone says you must have done something. I fucking didn't do anything. One of the women said, she said, I can't serve you, and I'm going, why can't you serve me? And she's going like, it's just cancer, and I couldn't get it out of her because I couldn't really, and I thought about what it might be. So I sort of guessed what it might be. But eventually I got it out of her. Oh, you've been talking about flat Earth. Okay, well, if I meet someone, I can give my point of view or whatever. But we're talking about flat Earth, so banned from a pub.
it's so interesting how, you know, I've been realizing that political correctness and certain viewpoints are the most fascistic way of controlling a population. And so you can't even, and what they do is anything that is not the official narrative, they make it a joke. So you're either a whack job or you're just crazy. I mean, I can't tell you how many people now call me crazy and won't talk to me, literally.
But surely you have some people who are in accord with. Surely there's someone like
I have one person who I met recently that I can talk to as a human being here, but the rest of them, no.
what about
They're
Rosemary?
furious. Not well, Rosemary sort of. I can talk to her, but she's busy and we.
I have to come back there, Maggie. If I come back to America, we'll be millionaires. With your brains and my looks, we could go far. I felt that, Maggie. I honestly,
Oh, we can go far.
I, I honestly felt that if I went to America and had an intention of, I never knew. Well, I was lost when I went over there with you. I didn't, this is all mad stuff. how do you direct? Where do you direct your future towards? I haven't seen my beautiful Steve, Maggie, in fucking hell 6 years now. It came to that. It came to that. What am I going to do? Am I going to tell him suddenly that, well, 9/11 wasn't a media a victim hoax, my son, just because the courts tell me, or, that's accepted, And of course, then everything beyond that, or,
Well, that's, that's kind of the, what they do to people. They make you actually sometimes feel crazy. There's many times I've kind of looked at myself and said, wait a minute. Okay, maybe they're right. There's like a million of them and there's two of you. So how could that possibly be that you've stumbled upon something?
Would you say there's two of you, Maggie? Is that what you said?
Well, no, but I mean, like, if you and I are, let's say, talking and no one else can, that there's very few people that I can
Right.
talk to. And even the people that I can talk to, generally speaking, it's sort of I guess when you say you can talk to people and they kind of nod their head and they go, uh-huh, uh-huh.
Yeah.
They kind of acknowledge, but you know that you really want to move on to something else.
It's such a shame, isn't it? And sometimes, remember when we had a party that time, and maybe when I was sort of backing you up, and people were asking, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And and when we get into how we met was via the forum, September Clues. So when you talk, no one makes Maggie. Look, I'm on my own in life. I'm genuinely on my own. And my mother won't even talk. I'm just staying in the mother's house here. Everything she says to me is sort of negative because I'm just crazy. Anything I say is just, you're off the wall. She thinks I'm an addict because I smoke weed. I mean, that's mad. So that's just a different perspective. But, it's a sort of, I don't know where to sort of begin as well because it's been so long since I saw you. But when we were in your place, I mean, yeah, when there was two minds. That's a different matter. Then you have all the laughers, the scoffers. They can't battle it out so easily. Then you know what I mean. But
that's what the fasces. When you stick together, where we go one, where we, whatever. It's true because you're absolutely right. Even one other person can confirm that you're not crazy and.
Right.
And also, you know what? One thing I've discovered about liberals, and this has been a huge disappointment to me, but it just dawned on me that all these people that are my friends are liberals. And they're the kind of people that are generally, open-minded, liberal, open-minded, and they came from, hippie culture, government doesn't tell me what the hell to do, blah, blah, blah. When the mask issue came, they all caved.
Yeah.
They
Separates
all,
the reals from the fakes, Maggie. And if we're not questioning as individuals these days, you're going to find yourself isolated and separated. But excuse me, maybe that's necessarily the way it needs to be, Maggie. And the more I see it now, the more I see it. That's always the way it has been. That's always the way. This life is an experience. It's an experience in division, and needs must. Everything will be consoled. That's what I think. There's as I mentioned, the green hue, consistent green hue since, I tell you this, funny enough, since 9/11, 2020. That's what I put it down to. 9/11, 2010. My nose looks a little bent to me in the, what do you call it here? I actually fell. I had a few glasses of cider too many, and I fell out of the bed and smashed my nose. I was trying to put it back into place. It looks a little bent, but I hope it's not too bent. Maybe it's just the perspective. What do you think, Maggie? What do you think of my nose? But anyway,
well, it adds character, like you need some.
well, I cut my eye as well here, but well, I'm King of
Other
Ireland.
than that, you're
Have I
doing
told you I'm
well.
King of Era, Maggie? Have I told you I was declared in blood? I'm King of Era. I've taken the sword from the stone. The sword is the S word, which is. Michael Jackson, on his departing note, gave us the "This is it" tour. He's telling us that this is the answer, THIS. TH is the S tone, right? That's the S tone. The S word is. Now, if remember, Maggie, as you were all powerful, if you didn't know you were all powerful and you were wasting your is's, in other words, you were saying that something is real when it isn't, like the heliocentric greater Big Bang model, well, then that becomes a sword and it sort of cuts your power in a sense, you know. So that's why I think Michael Jackson left with the "this is it." The Philosopher's Stone is TH. It's not a material thing. It's a TH because remember, we're a HU man. We have three divided sort of aspects to us. We have the immaterial, and the truth has to be available for all of us, Maggie, because it applies to all of us. We have the immaterial, the head. We have the material, the gut, the generative center, and then we have the heart bridge, the three aspects. So this is the whole E spirit as well. When you take a whole E, right, on both sides, and you spear the above and below, you get the H in the center. So when you go upwards, right, and understand that there's a greater immaterial aspect to us, then you make the two. This is what 9/11 is about: two becoming one, and then you raise the crossbar. Jesus' resurrection. This is what the capital T represents, and then you have the TH, so the S tone. Now, when you go downwards, Aggie, from the H with the whole E, right? H goes down to, you bring the two aspects together and you bring down the crossbar. You get two L's, to hell, heliocentrism. And who was the first to give us heliocentrism, according to the bullshit story? One ARISTARCHUS of Samos. So the point being here, that it's all a script. It's all a series of clues. So I mentioned Simon Shack earlier on in his September clues. What's the one thing Simon Shack hated, Maggie? And you know how much I respected that man, or you do yourself, or you probably did. But one thing he talks about flat Earth, all things flat Earth, he doesn't like to hear it at all. Most incongruous, that's a nice word, isn't it? Incongruous from this most open-minded of men to consider all and every possible hoax possible. When it comes to flat Earth, flat and stationary Earth more specifically, you know, that he's so
Well,
narrow.
don't you think he was just a gatekeeper and that's,
Yes, exactly.
you know, that's the thing I've learned it's kind of obvious in retrospect, but they would put you, you know, I remember I think about you periodically when I think of you saying independence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, of course.
And so, you know, they put you in this little thing and you think you're getting somewhere. And you are, you know, you're getting somewhere, but then I remember one of the things, who was in Fakeologists, I got in this big argument with them because I thought there were actually known actors that were part of these hoaxes. And when I brought that issue up, they didn't like that at all.
Oh,
Do
I
you
don't
remember that?
Well, now that's going back a few years. Of course, I found out since then that's why I came into YouTube, first of all, because one of the guys I exposed as an actor on Fakeologist was and Fakeologist then, if my fly is open, excuse me. I swear, I hope it wasn't open when I was playing. I think it might have been. Sorry about that. Yeah, one of the guys who I exposed on Fakeologist as sounding as if he had a voice adapter of some sort. That's the reason I came onto YouTube and sort of left all that behind as well and set up my own channel, because he was another character on YouTube selling the ball earth. So this guy, Evil Edna, I don't remember.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he came on fucking YouTube. Sorry for my language, Maggie, but he came on YouTube as a character paper explanator. And when I heard it, just listen to YouTube, I said, that's your man. And so that started my talking about actors. That started my ball rolling, and to a greater degree, as to the exact extent of they're all fucking actors. Maggie, all of them are actors. Can you name someone you think is an honest inquirer in this arena, flat Earth and beyond, whether it be concave Earth, infinite plane? Can you name anybody you over anyway? Actually, let's as opposed to
I don't know if they're actors, but they're not. They're doing a job, I guess.
right. They're gatekeeper. They're
Right, right.
they're
They're
key
not,
giver.
yeah.
Key giver.
So they,
Like,
yeah,
yeah.
they're, they could be CIA workers or whatever,
But can
you
you think of
know.
anyone who's the most honest? I'm looking for a lighter, by the way. But who's the most honest? What do you call it?
I think you left it on my counter up there. I don't know.
I also use, and I leave it near the blender.
Oh, right. The blender.
Sorry, Maggie. Listen, if all this works out, I'll make you a blender for matchsticks. How about that?
You'll make me a blender? A Tesla blender.
Don't talk to me about Tesla. Hey, Maggie. Elon Musk, Seth MacFarlane, fucking hell. I've made some
I don't
amazing.
know. I have no idea about Elon Musk. That I don't even want to go there because I can't.
He's Seth MacFarlane. You know Seth MacFarlane?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'll have to tell my friend that. We try and guess who's what, who's playing what part,
Which friend? I've met a few of your friends.
No. This is an online friend that I don't have any friends that I can talk to about this in real life.
What about come on, remind me of some friends I met.
Joan?
Yes, Joan. What about Joan?
Oh my God, she is so furious at me right now. I can't begin to tell you. She's probably got a hit out on me right now.
Well, I'm sure that'll soon pass. Just remind Joan that tell her you were talking to Peter, and my last memory of her is when she was in your front driveway, hanging out the door of the car, bollocks drunk. So yeah, I hope she's doing well, and yeah. Yeah. Tell her I'm listening keenly to what she has to say. But look, Maggie, what are you going to do?
You have that effect on people, Peter. She just couldn't. She had to stay outside in the car rather than risk coming inside. It was far too dangerous. Oh my God. We never finished our Seinfeld book.
We never even started it, Maggie.
It's all
Maggie,
here.
Maybe the time wasn't right, Maggie. I could write, and look, I lost all of my hard drive. Remember I was saying at the start, this computer that I had, funnily enough, I think everything is for a reason. I only got the computer because I was booking tickets over to see you in California, and the other shitty computer broke down that I was scammed on. But everything after that point, which is 2013, was on my computer here. I'm talking about everything, all my music, everything like you'd save in your file, all my I had about 700 images, just connecting all of the dots that only I'm on. I'm only on this search. No one else is talking about the stuff that I'm talking about, Maggie. No one else is talking about the dodo, ARISTARCHUS, the way I am. And
I think you're right about that.
yes, but what I'm saying is that it's sort of unique information, but it's built on, first of all, let's say, for instance, the knowledge that 9/11 was a symbolic media and victim hoax, right? Also knowing that Michael Jackson faked his death and the story of his life, the Jackson 5, 5 and 5 makes 10, Maggie. We are in a divided state. That's what Michael Jackson is telling you all along. You're not to get engrossed with him. If you do, you're creating an idol, which you've been told not to do. He is a representative. He is a conduit of a greater story. Don't get attached to the flesh. You are the flesh. It's your story. It's your story. You are, in a sense, you are me and I am you. We are part of
I know,
that.
but I got to tell you, some really strange things have been happening to me with this Michael Jackson thing.
Go on.
Okay, so if you're on Facebook, if you ever are looking at a video, you click on the video, and then once that video finishes, the next video below it will roll up, and then you can see it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what's happened to me recently is that I'm watching a video, let's say I don't know. I watch this crazy guy, Trey Kennedy. I'm watching him. I'll be 3 seconds into it. That video will stop. And then I'll hear a Michael Jackson video from below. Even though I haven't scrolled up to that video, it just starts playing. The music starts playing. And then when I scroll up, then I can see that it is a video. So this has happened a few times. And then about a week ago, that happened to me 3 times in a series. And the videos, I mean, the first was "This Is It," "One More Chance," and the last one was "Come Together," which seemed, what a message.
So it's brilliant. That's
okay,
brilliant.
so it is brilliant. And then but you know, I'm like, this is really weird.
What it says to me, I don't know what it says to you though. What it says to me, and I haven't been looking at your videos. I've been reading your mail, but I haven't been looking at your videos. What it says to me, though, Maggie, is exactly what I've been thinking. But I'd like to know what it says to you. And continue, please. Sorry.
Well, you know, what it says is, you know, this is it. Okay, we got that. It's happening right now. We all get one more chance. And, you know, it's not a well-known video, which is why I was kind of surprised to even see it. And then the last one is "Come Together," and we come together over him, but it's not really over, you know, I think when everyone comes back at the same time.
I interrupt you there. Sorry, please. This is, I didn't, you know, your offered a choice of ticket 18 plus, but you just after inviting the audience to come together over Michael Jackson. So I don't think that would pass the censors. I don't know. Do I? I'm not monetized or anything like that. But if someone tunes in, a little child tunes in, oh, I wonder what this dodo is, and he hears this woman saying, yeah, we have to come together over Michael Jackson. Oh, I go, okay, well, I didn't mean it like that, and I'm sure she didn't mean it like that. But Maggie, I'm joking here, but I'm deadly serious at the same time. This is exactly what I mean. Our spinal fluid is divided. In the male, it pools in the testicles. In the female, in the breasts. When unification is, then you have the miracle of child, right? So this is what they're talking about. It's not a superficial. It is a superficial clue, right? But it's also an in-depth clue, and it gets to the very heart of your experiences. That's what I would say. That's absolutely. You know what I mean by that. And remember the Beatles song, "Come Together Right Now Over Me."
Right. That's the song that he sings.
Right. But that's your spinal fluid or bodily fluid.
Right. I mean, and I have to say, it's probably the sexiest Michael Jackson video I've ever seen. So just saying.
Are you touching yourself right now, Maggie? Tell the truth.
What?
Well, I didn't say where. I mean, you could be scratching your head. What's wrong with you? Your dirty mind.
It is, you know, honestly.
It's the truth of
it.
Okay,
but here's the other crazy thing that happened. So then one night I was thinking that I had to watch the video about Liberian Girl. It's not his best video, but I felt like I had to research it. I didn't say anything to anyone. I didn't type it or anything. And the next day, I'm watching a different video. It stops and I hear "Liberian Girl." What the hell's going on here is what I'm saying. Because obviously somehow, you know, there's like they say about us that we're sort of this massive computer ourselves. So is that what's happening?
Everything counts, Maggie. Everything counts. There's no trick in play here. I think there's no trick in play. It's just about our being coming to terms with our being. And this is what this is all about. When we look back on all of the different clues presented to us, like we now realize that, I was in adoration almost of Simon Shack and High Ploy. Maggie,
right?
You know what I mean? We can't talk about any of this stuff in person. and against the flow, even amongst the conspiracy people. You have these people who are after solving 9/11. That's because we were always meant to make our way along this path. So those 3 videos that Michael Jackson interrupted your flow with, you can have that take on it, but maybe there's another take, Maggie. So look deeper. So when all come together, you imagine, well, me and you and everyone coming together and all being one powerful force, but then you're externalizing things. There's no one, Maggie, except you. And I think me and you having this conversation, it's true, isn't it? Because look at how close we were, and then look at how far away we have been. Mostly down to me, of course, right? I don't, what do you call it? I hold up my hands, but it's a pathway as well, isn't it? It's a pathway as well. It's all of us to decide our own reality. And that's the way I look at it. It's all clues, but it's all about context as well. And I think the ultimate context is this divided state of us down the back. We're literally I have 2 arses. I have an arse at the back and an arse at the front, but the female version is intertwined around, in a spiral fashion up the back. That's why a woman has a pliable spine. So we're literally torn. Imagine like a twister. You know the twisters, lollipops, the ice pops, or
Right.
the pickles? It's that sort of way. You pull out while you're turning, and then you get the male from the female. So ultimately, come together. I think this is all about repair. This is why we're talking about ARISTARCHUS, the green youth of the sky. There's repair going on with the tree of life. The barrier is being inflated, and we're coming to our true knowledge. And I tell you, the mask of the beak, that's what I call it. It's a beak. It's a beak. We're in a divided form. When I combine, let's say you and me, we have wings. You're me, I'm you. There's no separation. We have wings. We literally have wings. Look at our nails, even our hair. We're in this sort of divided form. But
Your
now
hair?
I show you. I show you. Don't tell me it's too early here. I have hair where I shouldn't have hair, and I haven't hair where I should have hair. At least I think that's my thinking according to my my thought evolution. And now I realize it's all been bollocks from the start, but it hasn't been bollocks. It's been bollocks for a reason. Bollocks means rubbish, like or trash. No, it's been bollocks for a reason. 422 years old Earth changes absolutely everything. Kills all science, with their but it doesn't kill it all. It makes science, official science, metaphor. The truth is known. The truth is always known. The hidden hand is behind everything. And I guarantee you, I don't even know, I'm sorry to get my head cut off here, but if there's no connection between overt connection between Michael Jackson and the hidden hand, I guarantee you, type into Google Michael Jackson double H. I guarantee you, I don't even know that. I guarantee you there'll be some connection, just something will turn up. And the 8-8, Maggie, it's all about the 8-8 because you are S, right? And within yourself, you are the S and you're the other S. So we're divided. Right brain controls left side. Left brain controls right side. And also because we're in a doubly divided state, male torn from female, self from self, that's the IS. That's what Jesus is. S-U-S. Aristarchus, who gave us heliocentrism, as the story goes, the land didn't exist. Yeah, heliocentrism, which is what this whole arena is about. It took the focus away from Earth, and it was the base for a material-only existence, which ultimately culminated in the Big Bang. And what's the Big Bang, Maggie? A Big Bang is a big fuck. It's when our material universe came into being, when the sperm meets the egg, when the connection is established. What is a sperm and an egg? A sperm is a tar. In the center of Aristarchus, ARISTARCHUS. Cus is a shortened version of the name Jesus in Spanish. So it's an instruction. We have to push the come upwards, right, to the brain because it's seeping downwards. I don't mean that in any, you know what I mean. But that's the idea.
That's this is the kind of foundation of every spiritual path,
Right.
honestly. Is to
Right.
get, it's much harder to go uphill than it is to go downhill, as I've discovered.
Well, have you?
True that, right?
What hill have you not been able to climb Maggie Wiles?
Climb every day. I'm a, I'm pretty, you know, still carrying wood back up and,
Are you still
pretty
watering those
athletic.
Maggies? Are your plants still producing?
I don't have those plants anymore. But I do have, I had a great garden this year. I had a lot of fun with my garden.
Well, that's actually what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought you were, no, I have to do some
Well, I'm
more
not surprised at
planning.
that. I'm not surprised at that because you were throwing away all the good stuff. That's what I mentioned earlier on. Remember those case sacks of stuff that you were just going to use for oil or something? That over here, I'd be a millionaire in fucking 6 months.
But you'd be in jail probably too.
Uh,
You
Wow.
wouldn't get it there,
I've been jail a few times, Maggie. After I came back from America, I gave up the legal name completely, and well, that led to some trouble. So yeah, but look, every experience only makes us stronger, right? If your heart is in the right place, that's the only way I reckon it. And I know Maggie Wiles. I know. I could tell you some of the stuff that's happened to me. You wouldn't believe it. So I was at the window. I'll go back to the window for a second. But Maggie, there's signs to be had everywhere. If we, with a true heart and you open up and ask for a sign, you will get one. The problem is knowing what to do with it. And I think ultimately, it's a harsh thing to fucking reconcile, but we have to leave the illusion go. We're on our own in this one. We're on our own in this one to make sense of the whole experience. And especially these days, when there's so much controversy around, and so many people have so much time in their hands, and they all have access to information, and conspiracy information is so free flowing. Bill Gates with the depopulation agenda, leaving his chat comment YouTube channel chat open. Come on, this is all orchestrated. So we're being sort of said and led. So this is going to divert people more and more as well.
Well, but
When we well, I
Bill
was just
Gates is not the same Bill Gates anymore. Have
no,
you seen
I
his
mean,
wife? Have you seen
I
his
know.
wife?
That's what I'm saying. It's so obvious. I was making a distinction between the likes of me and you, the seasoned investigators. So once we've
Oh,
understood that, there's so much fakery in play, we understand immediately this is a red flag. So people are being said and led. But with the new people with more time on their hands coming into this conspiracy arena, they're going to think they have like we did at the start. They have access to, they're privy to inside information that Bill Gates has a secret agenda and all of the NWO, etc. Whereas we understand implicitly, I do at this stage anyway, there's a deeper fucking game at play here. Ultimately, it's all a good game because we're being woken up to, well, the unreality. And well, as I say, I think 2012 happened, Maggie, and actually I can put a figure. I say 420. Isn't it funny, Maggie? If I was to tell
420.
if I was 420, right? Isn't it funny though? As I was to tell the story when I went over to meet you, I could tell the story. But for one of my first memories is going into your house, right? And all above board and legal, of course. Like, but you were showing me in the garage and your different 420 plants in the stages of so early, sort of mature, later growth. Well, 420 is described as God's gift to man. What if it isn't a plant exactly? I was thinking, what if it's a day? And I say, well, 420, 2020,
Mm.
which was April 20th, 2020 last year, marked the beginning of the first day of the new era. And I still stand by that. What we're going through now is a transformation sort of period. And only with hindsight, we sort of we'll recognize these landmarks. But I have good cause for picking that date, 420. And April 12th last year was Easter Sunday. Easter Sunday, well, not to talk about Aristarchus again. The sun is Aristarchus, Maggie. All skylights are reflections. They're all reflections. This is what we do with the Christmas tree. We reconnect the cut tree, right? Demi tree on the X marks the spot, and yeah, in a spiraling fashion upwards, and it lights up at the top star. There we have the star at the top. Hollywood star. You're in California. Hollywood star. Hollywood star. Isn't that funny, isn't it? So yeah, all things got to do with the tree of life, Aristarchus. And yeah, Easter Sunday, especially Christmas Day, it's all connected. And last Easter Sunday was 4/12, which was April 12th. In the Gospel of John, none of these characters existed. Jesus didn't exist. It's a sort of symbolic telling. Yeah, we're told that it took Jesus 8 days to ascend following death and resurrection. So, taking 2020 for what it was, perfect vision. Well, 8 days following April 12th is April 20th, which is 4/20, which I say is God's true gift to man. And everything has changed. We're in the midst of it, but we have 1 year up until the new year begins April 1st. I think we talked about this way back then, but maybe you won't remember it. But it was in my mind anyway. Um, yeah,
I
April
don't
1st.
remember that.
April 1st. And April 1st is Fool's Day. And a fool is a Dodo's Day. When you look into literature, it tells you that, well, the earth was supposedly created on April 1st, so day one. So it makes sense that everything, as in the end, so in the beginning. So we have until April 1st. And April 4th this year is Easter Sunday, 4/4. And that's half of 8/8.
What do you mean we have until April 1st?
Well, I mean, just as it counts down, as it sort of unfolds, unravels.
Oh,
It's already in the new era. Everyone is there. You're not feeling different, Magali? Well, I mean, you,
well, this is what I'm not sure of because I don't think everyone is.
don't mind anyone. Don't mind anyone else.
Well, I guess the thing is I'm feeling different, but so different that like I really do feel like I live in the middle of the invasion of the body snatchers. Even people that at the beginning of the pandemic or whatever you want to call it, were kind of like, I'll wear a mask, but it doesn't really matter, are now like really into it.
Maggie, I have to interrupt you. Pandemic. Bring up on your Google images a picture of Pan. Remember, he's talking about an arse in the front. Tell you,
Mm.
pandemic. Everything is leading somewhere. But what are you looking for, Maggie? What are you hoping to have established, sorted? I guess. What can you say yourself? I mean, where in relation to where you're at now in your own thoughts. As I said, Maggie, for me, it's already sorted. Eden has come to us. I mean, I'm not. How
What do you
will I
mean
show it?
Eden has come to us? What does that mean? Well, did I tell you I have an Airbnb now
Well,
in
no,
my house?
no. I mean, how's that going?
Well, what's interesting is I had these two guests in a row, and the first one was writing a book about fairies in the redwoods, and she was here for a week. And the next one was a stockbroker from Chicago who had some weird fantasy about living real life Lord of the Rings and took his bike and rode around the redwoods here and built a little lair and a fireplace to live out his fantasy.
How's he doing now? Where? I mean, is he nearby?
No, he lives in Chicago.
Yeah, but okay, that didn't last then. That fantasy didn't last, right?
Well, no, this was just like, this was like his weird little trip. I but he built, I'll send you a picture of it. He built kind of a little lean-to out of twigs and things in the woods, and he set up a little fireplace because he was living out some kind of hobbit thing. Or I don't know. It was weird.
So,
I mean, when you say about Eden,
did he pop in for sex, or did you go to see him in his lean-to?
I didn't know that. No, I discovered the lean-to after he left. I was walking in the woods, down. I take this walk once a week, and I hadn't been there in a few days. And I walked there and I went, what the hell? Who built this? And we all,
Well, well, that's sort of circumstantial evidence at best. It could have been some actual fairy. You know,
It
You
could
just
have been.
put the two together.
And then, okay, so this is a funny thing. So one morning I was out there. He was still staying here, and some neighbor that comes up, running up, and he starts yelling. And he said, "Have you seen some guy walking around here at night?" And I'm going, "No." And I started to get a little nervous about it because I thought, who could be doing that? And he was pretty irate. And he said, "Yeah, he's on my property. And if he comes back, and he's ready to beat the crap out of him." And I said, oh, that's probably my guest who was, taking his bike out through the woods and at nighttime, imagining he's a hobbit. I
How long
wouldn't
was
worry about him. It's just Frodo. It's just Frodo.
But don't knock Frodo.
No,
I
no,
heard
he was more like Sam. He was more like Sam. He was kind of a little chubby, sweet-looking
Helper.
guy.
Yeah.
It was hysterical.
I think I heard someone mention a younger lady passing today just mentioned to her friend something. You've been Frodoed. I said, I don't know. You've been stuck in a very fucking impossible situation. I wonder if that's common parlance. But how long did the guy stay with you for?
Just a week.
Oh well, I mean,
No, he was delightful, but I found it really kind of odd that
weird.
these
But you have
people.
weird stories about every one of your neighbors. I remember some of the stories you were telling me about some of the happenings in your neighborhood. It's all quiet here. If someone, I don't know, if someone fucking dropped a cup or something, it makes news around here. But it's a different setting, isn't it, Maggie? I mean, in a sense, you don't know your neighbors. You don't know anyone within a certain span, and anything could be.
Well,
Anyone could be.
we
Don't forget,
don't
Maggie,
too.
everyone is mad. Maggie, don't forget, everyone is mad. They believe in a reality that just is not so. So that necessarily makes them insane. We know that. That's true, right? Do you agree with
I
that?
didn't
Actually,
know that. They're
well,
insane.
well, they have to be. They have to be because, uh, it, without questioning, ingrained within our greater sort of understanding, this is the power of the S word, the is. You decide what is, whether you do it consciously or not. They've still placed themselves on a spinning ball Earth in the greater expanse of the endless universe. They have done consciously or unconsciously. As you deal with that consciously, then you don't change your mindset. Now, that's what I was going to ask you next. Where are you at, Maggie? What? Where do you find yourself? You know, you don't find yourself on a spinning ball as given, or it's possible that you come back to it. But where do you?
No, I'm actually I'm. Have you followed the Tartaria mud flood thing? Do you know what I'm
Yes, I
talking
have.
about?
And let me tell you something for nothing. Martin Liedtke, who is a big proponent of Tartaria, why you don't fancy him? I mean, if there was only two people left in the world, Maggie, would you? What? You're thinking about it. Well, I think he's a tranny. There's a good chance he's actually a tranny. He's a transgender. Now, I'm not saying that, but
Well,
you know.
it looks like he's got a wig on or something.
Oh, I compared him to Fabio. Fabio, let me. No, I won't even bring it up. I brought it up before. It's hilarious. Fabio Conzelio. What's his name? I know. Actually, I have to bring it up now that you're talking about it. But well, Martin Liedtke, Tar Liedtke, who was a sailor, Maggie, and a tar is a sailor, an able-bodied seaman. Right in the heart of Aristarchus, we have Tar, arise, Tarchus, and Martin Liedtke's best friend, Antonius Suberat. Suberat's backwards, of course, he was embroiled in the trans investigate or the trans scandal, the trans scandal with Patricia Steer, Miss Flat Earth. Suberat's backwards is star IB us, S star IB us, RI star CH us. Yeah, is a clue giver, and absolutely. Martin goes back to 600 years. I say 422 years. But sorry, Maggie, off you go. I'm going to look up Fabio, who I think Martin. Fabio
I'm making
Lanzo.
coffee.
Here we go. Yeah, off you go, Maggie. What do you want to make a Tartaria? And if you're doing something, or if you want to turn off your camera or anything like that, you
No. That's okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making
would love to see
coffee.
Snickers. I'd love to see Snickers, Maggie. I wonder if she'd recognize me. in
Hold
your own
on.
time.
You want to see her? Where the hell did she go? Where is she? Oh, here she is. Oh, she's in her
My best
bed.
friend.
Look
I
at
love
her.
Snickers. I love. Hello, Snickers. Oh, she knows. Oh, she's gone. We should be back again. I met Snickers. Oh, gorgeous, beautiful little terrier. Uh, this is a great. Whoever's listening, this is a great. Maggie can join again. This is a great chat, and anyone wants to join the chat. Maggie is aware that 9/11 was a media and victim hoax. Maggie's aware of all of the hoax shootings, the hoax affairs. I wonder has she got to the deeper symbolic sort of layering, because it's all symbolic. Everything revolves around the greater. Hang on. No, just post the link again in case anyone wants to join for a chat. We should be chatting for a little while yet. Maybe not too long because it's coming after two o'clock here. But Benjamin Cow, how are you doing? I'll just join Maggie again.
Did you find me?
Yeah, there you go.
Here, can you see me? There's Snickers.
Hello, Snickers. I can't see her quite yet now. Hello, Oh, I see her lying down. Hello, darling. She, of course, remembers me. Hello,
Where
my
are you?
darling.
Hey,
Hello,
I'm trying to
Snickers.
get.
Hello, dear.
She doesn't want to say hi. She's very
That's okay.
shy.
That's okay. She hears. She hears.
Come
Dogs
here.
know everything. Maggie's no coincidence that dog and God are backwards. Oh, I see her close up. There you go, darling. She remembers. Hello, my darling. Oh no, I'm getting emotional now. I really love Snickers and Penelope, of course.
Where is she? Oh my gosh, it's so hard to get her on this thing.
She's like, is she under like a canopy or a tent or something?
Yes, I. She's got kind of a little. She's sitting in front of the fire. There she is. Snickers, say hi.
Hello,
Snickers.
darling. How old is Snickers now,
Snickers.
Maggie?
Like 10.
That's grand. She's another 10 years. Well,
Say hi.
We all live
There she
forever.
is.
Hello,
There she.
Hello, Snickers. It's me. What am I going to say? It's me, Peter. Hello, Snickers. Hello, darling. Hello, sweetheart. Oh, I love you, Snickers. I love Snickers so much. Oh, goodness. It's been so long, hasn't it? She
I
knows, man.
know.
Absolutely certain she knows. By the tone of dogs know more than what we fucking stupid humans ever could gather, and you know that well as well. But if you're considering, yeah, what's stopping you from? Are you reluctant to get a replacement for Penelope? Not that you can never replace them, but are you holding on for something? Or
Well, because right now I take Snickers to work with me.
yeah,
And if I had another dog, I couldn't take her to work with me. I don't want another dog, because now then I'd have to leave the other dog at home.
sure.
So it just doesn't. I'm
Well,
waiting for some reason to change things, is what I'm saying.
Maggie, look, shit. Look. We're in Corona times, and well, for me, April 1st, right? That's the new year. That's the real new year, and everything has been amounting to something. So, how is the business going in general, Maggie? I mean,
Well,
you're
not great. So I don't really, I'm kind of in an uncertain place there with that.
well,
And we did really well for the first part of the pandemic because we were making masks and people wanted them and they couldn't get them. But then it all died off and
was that a deliberate choice of terms? That's
yes, it
good.
was, unfortunately, yeah, so you can't really make any money on it anymore. And
You need some new, fresh ideas, Maggie.
we
You need to start
do.
writing some. I could make. Oh, Maggie, T-shirts. I could. Oh, don't talk to me about money. I could make a. What the fuck does money matter though? Like, you know what I mean? Well, I mean, it's all their system, and don't talk to me about money though. T-shirts. Don't talk to me about T-shirts.
I'm
And
not talking, you're the one talking about t-shirts. I'm not talking about t-shirts.
oh, as I said to you, if I ever came to America, I had a sort of attention, unlike the last time, whereas a pure holiday, and my idea of a holiday, as you know, sort of maybe differs from other people. But Well, it's turbulent times as well, Maggie. Not knowing what to think, not knowing what's what. You know what I mean? And expecting transformation is the worst part. And of course, this is what loses you credibility with the vast majority of friends, family. Yeah, the changes are around the corner. I promised my son the changes in 2014, Maggie. The love
You
of
know,
my life.
Peter, how many times have I said to people, remember when you came and I had that bottle of champagne that I figured we would share when everyone would know that, it was all fake because it was so obvious. That was like 9 years ago, 8.5 years ago.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that long ago. It was 2013, September 2013. So
Yeah,
yeah, that's
almost
only
8 years.
yeah, 7 and a bit years. Come on.
Really?
So
Because I paid off my car. Oh, well, doesn't matter. I can't count. I don't.
well, hang on, 2013 to 2020, 7 years.
7.5 years. Because it was September. You left it. You were here in September.
September, yeah. So to September 2020 would be 7 years, and then here we are with September, October, November, December, January, 5 months, I guess. Okay, I was kind of sort of focusing on your upper estimation there, which was 8.5 years, was it? But that sounds longer than 7.5 years. That's mad. I haven't seen my son in 2015 now, since his birthday, and I just saw him once there. And 15. That's yeah. That's how long that is. That's how long that is. But I remember it, Maggie. The things I found out about JFK after that, well, it's the killing of the king. What king? Arthur. King Arthur. Rthur. We were saying the TH, the stone, the S tone, the philosopher's stone. It's about the recognition, first of all, coming away from heliocentrism, understanding that the greater immaterial nature to us, right? And then understanding that divide threefold. We have the material, immaterial, the material, the God. Einstein, who saw the universe from his armchair, did it from his brain. He was always looking for the grand unifying theory, which is the gut, the GUT. So understanding that it's all scripted. Yeah, this connection or this division, I guess, is established. And when where JFK comes into it, with the killing of the king, yeah, King Arthur and Camelot. That's what that whole troop is
Oh
associated
my
with.
God. You know what? It's just the weirdest thing because, well, first of all, I don't know if I ever told you when I was 13 when he died. I remember this, like everyone can talk about it, but
And he
I,
didn't die. Okay.
well, no, okay, until today. Again, it's just not fair. Anyway,
What did you say until I missed that? What did you say until today?
he died today.
Who did?
JFK.
What do you mean?
I'm following alleged JFK Jr. I don't want to get into this whole controversy because now you'll really
No, no,
go.
no. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean he died today? What does that mean?
He died today. I believe that he was alive. He was at a Trump rally when Trump talked about he gave honor to a great soldier, and they had this guy in a wheelchair, and it was a very touching moment, and Trump
Okay,
embraced him and everything. I think that was actually JFK.
okay. I could go with that. I could go with that.
And today, JFK Jr.'s official whatever station, whatever, I don't know, on whatchamacallit, Telegram. He's on Telegram, allegedly. I'm just, said that his father had died. So I don't know. They were showing pictures of him and, did he, didn't he? I don't know. Maybe it is a script. Even if it is a script, it's a pretty amazing script, gotta say,
Well,
you know.
even if it is a script, Maggie, there's real actors possibly playing the roles, and they do die. So maybe there was a real death. What date is it today? The 30th of January, is it?
Right. Honestly, and Peter, you know what the weirdest thing was? Uh, because I was 13 when he died, and I could still practically cry about. I could remember those. I cried for like a week. I can so see this. It's so embedded in my brain. And today, when I found out maybe, the real JFK died, I
Right.
mean, he really did die, I couldn't stop crying. It was like it was all the same. It was just like it ran through my head again, that experience of,
Well, Maggie, maybe these people are heroes. Maybe they're privy to the greater script and they take on a fundamental, pivotal, symbolic role. And of course, every man must meet their maker. There's an expiry date to all of us. You've heard the conspiracy that JFK and Jimmy Carter were one. What do you think about that? Maybe Jimmy Carter might have passed away today because, and I know you were into that, right? You have
mm.
so much catching up to do, but how we identify the actors in terms of clues,
No,
anyway.
no,
We
no.
talk about
I know about Jimmy Carter. I'm pretty sure about that, but I'm not sure. I mean, I
okay.
haven't.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's you've heard about the connection anyway.
Right.
So no, don't be. I mean, don't be reticent at talking about this. It's probably more for. We'll talk privately as well, Maggie. I mean, we have so much more to catch up on. But in terms of that, I mean, you cry, dear, if that's what your heart tells you to cry for, because I look upon maybe all of these actors now as heroes. They take on, of course, it's a deceptive role, but it's a noble lie. And what's the ultimate story? What's the ultimate part they're playing? Well, it's a revelation of you to you. When I talk
I
about
know
JFK,
it's kind of crazy, honestly.
well, JFK, I mean, I've come up with so many things over the years, right? I don't document it. I'm not in this for the money. I mean, I don't even, I could put out videos, Maggie. If me and you collaborated and you wouldn't have to work anymore. I'm talking about YouTube videos. Some of the stuff, not whatever about your own stuff, like, and that's fascinating enough. Some of the stuff I found, I can make many videos. I've destroyed science so many times. My Milky Way on the Moon video killed all astrophysics. When we come to a flat plane, which I notice you avoid the question a small bit, where do you live now? Now that you know that you don't live on a spinning ball Earth, but when it comes to a flat extended span, as we're looking over water, especially, and the horizon rises to eye level, when we look at a target over a great distance and we see mirroring, we're looking along the surface of the water where the Z axis has to be appropriately scaled, right? Where it's ever thinning towards the apparent horizon. But the horizon is always only apparent because beyond a certain point, the sky mirrors, right? Or the water mirrors, and you can't see it. It's just the sky is reflected beyond. This led me to understand that and that killed all science. First of all, they fucking know from the start, Maggie, the nature of this earth. The spinning
Of
ball is
course
metaphor.
they do.
Spinning ball is metaphor. The lie is presented to us because it's based on the truth, and ultimately there's a different goal or a different game in play. It's all a game of clues, right? So yeah, that realization back in 2016 led me to further realization. If it's not empty space beyond, what might it be? Saline water is the best first offering, because we have 70% of the earth covered in waters. If we have waters beyond some sort of a barrier, invisible energy barrier, well, maybe it's a mirror sky, and that's key. All skylights are a reflection of one source, even though it doesn't appear like that. So,
I
yeah,
mean,
the
like
mirror,
a dome, like a
yes,
skylight dome.
it's more like an eyeball because everything is collapsed. Everything is collapsed, and for me, the highest point. So the span of the Earth is thousands of miles in span, but the highest point and the outer barrier, which we're under, which begins low at the north, curves highest at the equatorial areas and lowest at the southern periphery. It's like a collapsed bubble, right? So the bubble's collapsed. It's 60 miles up, Kármán line distance. It's that. So the way I look at Earth now is an eyeball. We're at the very top, right, where the tree has been cut, and well, we have a major collapse. Whereas at the bottom, the tree is intact. So you think of it like an eight ball. So if the tree was intact on top, we'd have two eight balls stacked on one another, that sort of thing. But because the tree is cut at the top, well, then you have a collapse down, and something like an eyeball. That's the sort of idea. But yeah, mirror sky is key, and yeah, all skylights being reflection of one. So it should have been a, a basic consideration for all of us coming to flat Earth. only because there was all of these gatekeepers in play at every step of the way, where we diverted from it, right? And well, when you understand as we do, it's all scripted out. It's all scripted out, and well, is the greater purpose for realization or for well, ultimate deception and slavery? That's the question, isn't it? We've been through the hard times, but now we're coming out of it, Maggie. Pay attention to the rain, Maggie, my dear. Pay attention to the rain because
We had the weirdest rain.
it's cleansing now. We're
Right.
promised this cleansing, purifying rain. There's a different ether. Ether is real. What ether is, right? So if you imagine the tree in place at the center, tree of life, and all its tributaries, right, which is around the desert areas, this is what all the sand is about. The sand is the sawdust of the giant trees, right? The fell giant trees. So, yeah, if you imagine the tree emanating upwards at the center, yeah, and that being cut, well, then you have a collapsed state. But the energy is still like a fire hose, it's still shooting upwards and it's holding back the waters. It has to hold it back. So this reactionary force, because for every reactionary force, there has to be a reaction force. This reactionary force is the ether, and this is the life force. When you talk about everything vibrates because of this external energy. And this is why when you come to the deeper layers of flat earth and look at all of the main gatekeepers, Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser especially, they hate the thoughts of ether. Why? They have a limited gate to keep. Ultimately, noble lie again. They know. I think the truth is simple, Maggie. I really think the truth is simple. Only because, as well, we are so complicated. We are so infinite. We are immaterial of nature. We've taken a venture into this realm. And, well, I think the big trick was to externalize everything. This is what, as I say, when we come to these deeper layers of truth seeking, at the doors of flat earth, we had the Bible literalists. Hello, Snickers, darling. Wouldn't I love to throw a ball at you? Hello, my. Oh, she's gorgeous. She's the most beautiful dog, honestly. And she hasn't changed a bit. You haven't changed a bit, dear. Look at you. Look at you.
She's
Isn't
very
that
popular at the store.
well? Why wouldn't she be? Why wouldn't she
Yes.
be? I'd love to be around. I well, don't talk to me about humans. Do you ever read Gulliver's Travels?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, you remember the outcome of that, where he found it very, very, very difficult to live with in the human society as well after spending time with the horses. It's very interesting. Horse, even the word horse, HORSE. So R, anytime you see R, it's R, right? So R, to be or not to be, is, right? So it's all the same thing. But HORSE, H and O divided give you S and E. Now we are divided, man. It's your story. This is what I was talking about on this whole arena being set up. Yeah, it's you were always encouraged to externalize everything. But when we understand that, Maggie, you represent all womanhood, I represent all manhood in the sense, just in terms of how what we were born into. So the same story applies to you as applies to all women, and likewise to me and all men. It's the same situation. So by externalization, um, well, we sort of, I don't know what, we do something unnatural. We go outside ourselves, which is all we've known all our lives is inside ourselves. Yeah. So your story is the true story. My story is the mystery or the mystery, mystery, MIS
Mm.
tree. So look at the number 3333. Why is it such a prominent Masonic symbol? Well, 33. When you divide an 8, you can get a 33, right? You can also get an SS. But the letters have THREE. There's the TH again. THUREE, whole E spirit. So you're in the divided state of the E, and you can choose which way to go. And in the Vedic philosophies and all that, and the yoga, Kali Yuga, all that sort of stuff. I don't know much about it. I'm a shit researcher, like, but I was informed recently it's all about rising the vital fluids upwards as opposed to um, you know so that all connects, right? So I think ultimately all the stories are intertwined and interconnected and are telling the same story. But here's the key: it's all about context, and the greatest context for me is an early or 422 years old. This means that we can make a difference right now. We can come to certain realizations. We're not battling vast swathes of time and spatial distance, which are intimately connected, by the way. They have connected. Space time, gravity is a metaphor for ether. It's all metaphor. See, there's a pushing force from above, and this is what separates everything into its subsequent layers. I mean, the clouds, Maggie, the clouds themselves. I mean,
They've changed so much lately. Is the sky at where you live much bluer than it used to be?
Well, and the night sky is much greener, and yes, everything has changed. Everything has changed. I don't think we're sort of capable of. Well, I'm not. I should actually take myself aside from pretty much everyone else because I've noticed things about the clouds that no one else has noticed. But we have repeating cloud patterns, Maggie. The patterns that you experience in your sky, which I've seen myself, didn't notice at the time because I wasn't aware of it. But I know now that they're the same patterns that I experience here because we have the same central emanating force which rotates. When we have spring and fall, you call it as American spring and fall. Aristarchus moves. The tree is moving up and down. That's all spring, and it's moving in a circle as well. So as it moves up and down in a circle, you get a spiral. Now, all clouds form in a circle. Go up to one of those high mountains near you, Maggie. Notice just all clouds form in a circular pattern, or it was more a wreath pattern because it's not fully connected. And well, once again, not to go into too much detail, this goes back to Aristarchus. We can actually see Aristarchus. So this is not Airy Fairy, Mount Meru. It is Mount Meru. Aristarchus is Mount Meru, is Yggdrasil. There's a name in the Vedic philosophy as well for the tree of life, but it's all the same thing. But as opposed to the mythology, Piche says you can actually see Aristarchus. And when we look at the moon, our nearest neighbor, the most prominent crater is identified as crater Aristarchus and described as the most mysterious crater on the moon, the most mysterious object in our system by official science, right? Well, my find was, the Milky Way swathe that I'm talking about, the big, the great, talking about what's it called, the Great Divide, whatever. It's a big swathe that moves more so along the equator. I found that on the moon. And after that, I came to realize certain things, right? But one of the things I realized, when we look at the moon, all of the craters, Maggie, are one crater. Just looking at it from a different perspective. It's like looking at me now here, right? And then looking at me like this, you know what I mean? Or looking at me like this. And you're not knowing, you're just seeing a collection of all these things, but you're not knowing me as the source. So you're just seeing everything. And then imagine me going back 100 miles.
So what you're saying, that's a, okay, that doesn't make sense though. So there's just one crater? Because
it's like
have you seen, it's a what?
Think about it like a hall of mirrors. Imagine you had a
right. So, but are we in the crater?
Well, the tree of life is the crater. So the tree of life has been cut. Everything goes back into the center at the north center. And we're living on the surface as it unfolds like this. But in a sense, you could say we're in the crater. We are confined by the ice wall around. And well, yeah, but you have a different idea of the crater because I think what do you mean when you say crater Earth? Do you consider crater? Actually, we can get two questions in it. One, where do you stand now in terms of where you're at?
Well, I don't know. I'm interested in this Tartaria thing and I bought a bunch of books on the world's fairs and have tried to figure out, how in the hell is that, created and why did they destroy it? And the same is true, I figured out about Eureka. The story that they tell us about how the founding of Eureka is complete nonsense. It's got to be.
Go on. And I've been to Eureka, which is
okay. So the story is this.
And Eureka, of course, is I found it. So what did you find?
Right, exactly. Okay, so the official story is this: 1849. Some gold diggers. There was the rush. That was the gold rush. Came up, somebody looking for gold, came up here, they found gold, although there is no gold up here, but whatever. So they found gold, But then
If
they
there was
ran out.
gold there, you'd find it, Maggie.
Yeah, I mean, there were,
that was his
there's
program.
no gold mines, there's no rivers. It just doesn't make sense. But anyway, they got gold, and then they ran out of gold, and then they decided, what the hell? Why don't we cut down these giant redwood trees, and we can become lumber barons? So there was no harbor. I mean, no docking, no official docking place here, because it was just allegedly Indians, natives living here, living on a subsistence existence. And then these gold diggers came up here, and they somehow, not only did they cut down giant redwood trees, which are very, very difficult to cut down now, even with helicopters and advanced equipment, and they had these long, I don't know where they got this equipment, these saws, and they could saw them down and they could cut them down and somehow carry them out and put them on a barge and send them down to San Francisco. And they somehow were able to do this, and simultaneously, within 30 years, they built some of the most exquisite Victorian mansions in the world in their spare time. But most of their time, at the same time, if you look at pictures of Eureka, they turned beautiful Victorians on 2nd Street into bars. There was like 45 saloons, and God knows how many brothels were here. So,
You can never have enough brothels. That's what I say, Maggie.
that's what it was. But it doesn't make sense that the same people that are hanging out at the bars, drinking and having fun, are exquisite woodworkers, creating all this incredible Victorian detail. If you remember that one mansion, it's one of the most famous mansions in the world, Victorian mansions, the Carson Mansion, and he claims that he built this in 3 years. It took them about, with regular equipment, several months to replace the roof on this thing. So none of it makes any sense, because they had no infrastructure, no railroads, nothing to come up here, and you can't move giant redwoods. It's just not possible.
So there's different technology in place, and that's obvious, isn't it? It's really obvious, and that's what I'm saying. That only ties in more to my. I'm not pulling a 422 years out of my ass. I'm not pulling an Aristarchus out of my Aristarchus, but I'm not. I'm just reading a story that's been laid down. That's the way I look at it. There's nothing. That's a T-shirt idea, Maggie. Fuck. There's nothing, and you know why it would sell millions? Because it's true. There's nothing new under Aristarchus, and I have a picture of Aristarchus in the center because everything connects to it. Michael Jackson, the Beatles, Lewis Carroll, Shakespeare, the Bible, St. Paul, everything connects to the tree of life. Everything. So yeah, I'm absolutely with this. A different history, absolutely in play here, and what are we to make of it? I would say don't dwell on that. Just accept there's a different story in play. How far can you how much inroads you can spend a lifetime, I should think, trying to debunk the official story on anything. But at the end of the day, who are you combating? That's why I gave up so much in a sense, and I didn't dwell on it because the story is already written.
Well, I think, I
All
don't
you
know,
can
it's
do is
just
play your own
curious
part.
to me. It's almost a curiosity to me, because first of all, it's something very tangible that people can look at that live here, and just say, wait a minute, this official story that we've been given, you're right, doesn't make sense. So it is kind of an open to, provides an opening to a conversation that they might be willing to have, because it's something they can look at. Yeah, there's something weird going on here.
Well, Maggie, there's no one to talk to at this stage. All there is
Well,
left
that's
is
true.
you to make sense of it. And how would you feel
That's
if, well,
true.
Tartaria? Uh, how would you feel about such a relatively Margin Leakey, who's the main man, He talks about 600 years origin. But how would you feel about such a close proximity to our beginnings? You know what I mean? Would that change your
It's
view of yourself, your whole lifespan? I mean, 400 years, for instance, well, you gave your own age, 71. You look fantastic, Maggie. 71. Um, what's that out of 400? That's like five times, six times. 420, 420 is six times 70. But you know what I mean? Six generate, that's beyond, that's almost can't be, right? You know, you can't wrap your soul around that. But that's where lots of roads are leading. As you talk about Tartar, yeah, I looked into it, but I understand Martin's role. I've understood Martin's role for a long time. So this is,
what's
I
his
think,
role, kind of.
well, I think it's always sort of an educational role. So we're sort of close minded in a certain thing. Science has determined everything. This is determinism, right? So in order for us to awaken to the true reality, which is infinite, infinite possibilities, anything you think of, we can do. We're infinite, Maggie. We don't die. We don't, in a sense, we don't live. We're sort of we're in the.
Well, then
I know that, but we're
in the
in terms.
grand in between.
Well, think about it. If you have, let's say, 80 years in this earth, what percentage of 80 years is eternity? You know what I mean? So it has to be some experience of. And here's another thing: the Bible literalists will stick by. Beware the Bible literalists. They fucking stick together. I don't mean that in a bad way. I love my fellow man, right? But I hope everyone's heart is in the right place. But when you're playing a deceptive role, if I know you're deceiving me, if I know you're deceiving me right now, Maggie or Snickers, if I knew Snickers took that bone and she looked at me as if I should know anything about the bone, I'd have to quiz her on it, and I'd grill her. But you know what? I grill you, and I'd nobody look in your eyes. Actually, you know it well enough, Maggie. A dog will give away their guilt if they've had a steak or
What did you do?
yeah. Did you eat the bacon? Did you eat the bacon, Snickers? Who ate that bacon I left out after I cooking it? Uh, uh, well, I blended it beforehand, but
I
then I
didn't
cooked.
do anything. I didn't. I didn't. I promise.
Yeah, yeah, our guilt gives us away. And I think even as humans as well, if you've done something wrong, you have to be a very good concealer to to convince. But yeah. Well, again, it all depends on where you're at, and we haven't spoken in so long, Maggie. And this is just, me and you would talk the same way, just in a private conversation. Now you're, what's the latest? 174 viewers. This is magnificent, Maggie. This is after bumping up my figures no end. Last week I got 2 viewers. I must be that low cut top you have. That's all I can say. But but Maggie, if we accept the base, because you can't afford to delve into specifics. The mask of the
Do you
beast.
feel better? Do you feel safer?
Listen, well, I'm going to go into. It's fucking hilarious. I got to go into the post office next week, and I said it to the post office proprietor. Let me put on. Let me show you. And she said, yeah, that's okay as long as you do that. They know I'm all anti-corona here. I told her it's a hoax. You're invading my private rights. But I said, is it okay then? I didn't show her the hat, but I said, I have a hat. Is it okay if I go in like this? And I'm going to go into the post office like this and do my business there. And she says, it's okay as long as you have it over your chin. I was thinking of putting a cap on or something, or doing something more artistic. But isn't it fucking hilarious, Maggie? I mean, just the irony. The universe runs, and I swear that's what's going to happen. I swear. I swear. I told her, by
You
the
know,
way.
there
I
is
told
this.
her, by the way,
I've told what?
no, go on, go on, go on.
Well, I keep remembering this scene from a Woody Allen movie where he's in charge of the world. He's like the great dictator, and he said, and all the men will wear the underwear on the outside of their pants, which everyone laughs. It's so stupid. But this kind of feels like that because now they're saying, like if one mask is good, two might be better.
The farce has been revealed. It's been revealed for such a
But
long time.
I
But
know, but no
eventually,
one's getting it.
they're getting it. People are getting it. I mean, there's not one person who hasn't heard the possibility, at least, that the corona is a hoax. There's not one person, I think, now who hasn't heard the possibility that the earth might be flat. You know,
Well,
at least the possibility. Maggie, I'm more and more convinced now that all of these, remember I said everything connects to the one thing, our greater story. So everything is a symbol. Every as long as it's put out there and it's into our conscious mind, right? Then that's good enough. And when everything resolves, if we're quick enough, I guess we can do the resolution because we can follow the truth. But when everything resolves, you will be kicked, or your friends will be. We've been saying this for years. Your friends will be kicking themselves if they didn't pick up on you know. When we look back at 9/11, for instance, the Donald Rumsfeld. We have a new visitor in the chat. I might let him join in a second, whoever that might be. But when we look back at 9/11, Maggie, and we see Donald Rumsfeld picking up pieces of the trashed airplane for pristine pieces on the Pentagon lawn. When you think about the attacks that were going on during the day and his role as it's ridiculous. The only question we have to ask now, or I ask anyway, is how many bottles of talcum powder were used on 9/11? But here's the bigger thing, Maggie. We're always meant to make our way to that and realize that. It doesn't take much. All you have to do is watch a fucking video or two or read some posts on a forum. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of effort will see you to that truth. Now, the people who are writing the script, Maggie, they're ahead. They're ahead. So you can't just stop there. It's like the people of Flat Earth go, Nathan Oakley and crew. That's exactly what they're there for. Yes, we know that the spinning ball Earth is bollocks. There's no basis for it whatsoever, and we're happy with that. But where does that lead you? When you think about it, as the individual, well, hang on, someone spun me that yarn, spinning ball Earth. So what the fuck do they know? What's my purpose here in life? Why am I going through all this misery and this upset, like in my spirit? Well, yeah, you got to move on. That's why Flat Earth is a psyop. And I mentioned Stephen Christ earlier on, but he's concave.
Wait, flat Earth is a psyop?
Yes, it is. Of course it is.
So there is no flat Earth.
Well, what is Earth, Maggie?
Oh.
You see, they've given us the picture. They filled it in complete form with the spinning ball Earth. They told you that's what Earth is. It's a ball. It's a ball of certain composition. They've been very deliberate and determined about their description. Now, when we come away from that, Earth is something different. Well, what is it? It's flat. Earth is flat. Flat is an adjective. How can that describe some? It can describe some noun, but it doesn't tell you what the noun is. So is Earth an adjective or is it a noun? So if Earth is a noun, well then saying Earth is flat leads you nowhere. Really, right? It's like saying the table is flat, but only a certain aspect of the table is flat. That's why it's a psyop. And if we're just to stop there, well, then you're doing yourself because, well, ultimately it's your quest here, isn't it? You're the only person who's been around yourself.
Well, yeah, and every once in a while you got to stop and take a break,
Yeah, but I mean, time is short, Maggie. Time is short. Look at how many years you've been putting into this.
Screwing around.
Not screwing around. I mean, listen, anyone's screwing around. Not to be telling anyone that they've been screwing around.
No, we're like, what have you been doing?
You've been around her than me.
Time is short. What do is that because, I shouldn't have told you how old I was.
You got to put all the pieces together now. You got to put all the pieces together. That's what I mean. Time is short. You got to put I think the vast majority have clueless, right? So like they did on 9/11, they'll just take over the airwaves or something and broadcast truth. That's what I think. It's like it has to be the whole of the truth. That's why we're given these facilities via the internet, etc.
Well, what are you saying? Who's going to blast the truth over the internet? You are?
The greater power. The truth is already blasted, and the people who are playing the antagonist roles know the truth. And I reckon this is what keeps them going is because they know that they're playing a deceptive role within a greater unraveling truth. No one knows the hour or the day. That doesn't say you don't know the week or close enough, but that's the best that I can offer. That's the best that I can offer.
Good for me.
To reality, there's people who are born into the reality. They're told the minute they come out of the womb almost that look, the earth is flat. There's a different story in play here. And who knows what sort of different powers are in play as well, I mean, I entertain. You're talking about a guy talking about what was he looking for? What was that? He was looking for Frodo in the forest. But
what?
He was looking for, who's that guy who stayed with you in the B&B? He dressed up as Frodo and went up looking for Bigfoot.
Well, no, he didn't dress up. He just put these headphones on and listened to he took his bike around the
That'd be funny if he dressed up as Frodo and went looking for Bigfoot.
Maybe he did.
Maybe he found him. Maybe he found him. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the sort of the offspring from such a a fake Frodo and a real Bigfoot woman?
Well, actually, he said I was like a genuine Goldberry.
Goldberry.
Yeah, from Lord of the Rings.
Who's yeah? I read the Lord of the Rings. Who remind me of the Goldberry?
She was, well, I didn't know but Aiden turned out to be, he's a big authority, and she was married to, oh crap, I'd have to look it up.
That's okay.
She lived in the woods, kind of like I live in the woods.
Okay, well, I haven't read it in years now at this stage. But,
No, I hadn't either.
Well, but maybe you should look it up. And I mean,
I did look it up.
Oh, I know who Goldberry was.
Who?
I only saw a video on it the other day. Oh, fuck off. That's amazing.
Really?
Yes. Yes. And if I'm wrong, you can knock me down. It's Tom Bombadil.
I could knock you down anyway. Come on.
well, some guy gave me the nickname Eileen Slightly. He said he's going to call me that. And I said, what do you mean that for? If you took your leg away, you'd lean slightly.
Not slightly.
Well, yeah, a bit more extravagant. But Maggie, well, Tom Bombadil and his wife.
Yes,
so
that's it. Was her husband.
fuck off. That is a mass. Wow. Maggie. That's mad. Who are you really, Maggie? Maybe you are. I mean,
I don't know.
what do I
It's
know
getting
about you
weird.
after all? I don't know.
What?
I mean, what do I know about you after all? All I know when I think about it. Now, when you have this greater context and you have hobbits coming to stay with you looking for Bigfoots in the forest, all I know is I met this lady on.
He found Bigfoot. He could. That guy, that neighbor, was ready to just crucify him. He's a big. Then Giovanna got in a big fight with him. What?
Why would you want to crucify Bigfoot?
No. This kid, my neighbor,
he
wanted to
crucify
crucify
Bigfoot.
this guy.
Oh,
What?
He wanted to crucify Frodo for shagging Bigfoot on his premises. Imagine that.
Poor Frodo. He was.
Imagine you were outside and you heard some hobo and you went out and you saw a guy in a Frodo costume shagging a Bigfoot. What would you be more
It could
surprised
happen.
at?
It could happen. I gotta use the bathroom for just a moment.
You far away.
So you can gossip about me while I'm gone, okay?
I'll
I'll be back shortly.
Actually, I got to use the bathroom at the same time. So coincidence. And I mean, when I
but you're going to have to use the other one because I'm using that one. So you can use that one.
But just so you understand that when I go, you'll go 8 hours behind me.
Gotcha.
Great. That's a great conversation. I mean, listen, how many flat earthers who talk openly about nothing? Maggie's a flat earther. When Maggie gets back, she can go into more detail. But how many flat earthers talk openly about 9/11 media and victimhood? Not very many. You can count them in one hand. And you have to ask yourself, why is that the case? Is a flat earther a truther? Is a truther a flat earther? truly all things combined, and especially when we do consider a greater scheming to all of this, everything maybe connects, greater symbolic level. Once you come to recognize your own true nature, in a sense, I mean, for one thing, you have certainly come away from is atheism, right? Have to. You have to, even if you don't feel it or you don't believe it, you have to. If you're on a flat earth and closed system, the universe has changed. There has to be a greater, higher power. Even if you say to yourself, it's part of me, and there's nothing beyond that. Well, even still, you're admitting that there's a greater aspect to yourself. You don't just come into and exit, and that's it. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said that. Yeah, yeah. I was just talking about Maggie, and actually, it reminds me because I mentioned about the Bible literalists, but this is one thing that they hold almost to the man, that we are created from birth, and then we're set into this challenge, and depending on how you do, depending on where you go. I don't believe that for a second, and I think that changes everything as well. We're having an
You
experience
don't believe that for a second. Is that what?
because I remember myself, my own direct memory coming in, come into cognizance, I guess.
Suddenly the
And
reception is weird here. Is that better?
well, if it's getting overburdening, you can always turn down your YouTube. What do you call that little cog thing? You can turn down the quality to 144 or something, and that will create that will what do you call
It's fine now. It's just if I
it?
move
Okay.
it around
No,
sometimes.
I think everything's coming through perfectly. Isn't this amazing? Like that, we're how many thousands of miles apart, and there's barely a second delay. That's fantastic. But yeah, just to finish that point, yeah, that's what they hold to as well. And of course, when you come into flat Earth, you don't know where you're at. Your whole world is after being upside down, top. Well, one of the early in the Hangouts back in David Icke or whatever, topsy turvy world. So yeah, your whole world is turned upside down, and you're more susceptible, possibly, to outside influence. And this is where the Bible literalist influence comes in with flat Earth. And yeah, that's a core. Once you get to the core of the heart of matters, this is what I think it's all about: externalization and, well, yeah, nothing prior. So we're here, and well, depending on how you think, how you say, how you do now will depend on where you go. No, for me, I can't have been Maggie 2 months. Can't have been my mother. I talked about it with my mother, and she said, "No, well, I parked the pram there when we were very young." And well, I have a distinct memory of looking up into the corner, looking across the room, and thinking to myself in English or whatever, just where am I? What's going on? So I think we're born into a foreign land, fed of foreign food, taught a foreign language, taught to forget, and then just make our way through according to the greater layout. And that layout has to be about something. And well, if we think in terms of eternity, if I think in terms of eternity, we have all the time in the world. So life has to be about something. And I think we're told the truth upon entry as well, Maggie. When rockabye baby on the treetop, when the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. Children aren't lied to, Maggie. That's what I think. Who does the lying? Parents. Right? Because of what? Apathy, lack of interest, doing what you do. That's what I think. That's why now I look back. Alice in Wonderland is key to all of this. Absolutely, I'd say it's the most significant book, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through Looking Glass. I don't know if you read it. Have you read that, Maggie? Definitely must.
I don't think I actually have read it. No, probably not.
Yeah, definitely want to revisit. When we think about the the most translated books in one of the listings I got, well, the Bible is one, the works of Shakespeare is another, and Lewis Carroll, Through Looking Glass, Alice in Wonderland was third. Now, when we think of the Bible in terms of a collection of 66 books, say works of Shakespeare, I found out the last time it was 37 plays. Alice in Wonderland is only two books. So, book for book, the most significant. Mark Sargent was a prepper. So he's Mr. Flat Earth. Patricia Steere is Mrs. Flat Earth. Patricia Magical Mystery Tour, reference to the Beatles. Mark Sargent, he tells us he was a prepper. Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the most famous album in history, as it would be detailed. It was all part of the scripting. But that's a walk through Alice in Wonderland. All the songs are literally a walk through Alice in Wonderland, making their way through Alice in Wonderland. It's a reference back to Lewis Carroll, the author. Did you know that Lewis Carroll nickname was Dodgson? Another clue for us. He was said to have a stammer, so his name was Charles Dodgson. So he introduced himself as Charles Dodgson. So the stupid story goes, right? But of all the characters, we're told on all of his menagerie, all of his creations, he related most to the dodo character, which is very strange because the dodo has such a very limiting role within one of the books.
Yeah, I don't even remember it.
Well, funny enough, Alice, which is all of us, encounters the dodo after her tears, and the dodo is looking for dry land. Isn't that funny? Alice meets in chapter 3. The chapter is called the Caucasus Race. So a greater story has been told, and the dodo is intimately connected with the story. As I say, my own findings, Maggie, I found some amazing. I think I found the greatest treasure, greatest lost treasure in history. Has to be, which is the last print of Alice meeting the dodo from the original print, because all of the subsequent prints were copies, and some of the quality and some of the clarity was lost. As the story goes, obviously, one print was lost, and that was the dodo and Alice's meeting, and I found that print. And the distinction between that print and everything else that was printed, found in a specific place, everything else was that beneath the dodo's wing there was a face, right? So in all of the subsequent copies that every other version was built based upon, go into that story. I should detail that story a bit more. It's fascinating. But this particular copy that I found, the face was clear. It was clear, and in all of the copies, it was sort of more faint. It was a fainter version of the original print. And what did that face show? Well, it was the face of Paul/Paul McCartney. So you remember all the Paul is dead stuff? This is what it's all about. It's about the sort of divided state, like Michael Jackson, black or white. You have the two poles, right? Which was the which, and of course we have the baton passed on between Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney via the Beatles back catalogue, greater battle. But that's a different story. It's a different story. Ultimately, the point being that attention is brought to the dodo, and only we come to flat Earth then and realize it's a different layout to the land. So the dodo is the disc on top of the elephant, on top of the turtle. So, and pole is that dodo then as well. So the pole fall change. Remember the song yesterday? Suddenly I'm not half the man I used to be. Clues everywhere, and it makes sense. To me, it makes sense. And ultimately, going back to the dodo's origins, 422 years ago, it was discovered. So, how does it? I mean, that has to change everything. I'm still waiting for it to sink in. I mean, and everything is such recent origins, and therefore, well, when I think of all the religious rituals, when I think of the body of Christ, do you know what I think the body of Christ is now, Maggie?
Hmm.
It's the semen. It's the semen.
Hmm.
When you don't eat, right? When you don't eat, your stomach. I fasted for 18 days, but when your stomach, when you don't eat, your stomach acid dries up, right? And you don't defecate after 3 days. Your whole system is cleared. So anything you put in to your system makes its way through. And again, recent thinking, well, relatively recent thinking, our brain and our gut, one is an inversion of the other, and that's sort of easy enough to imagine, right? When we think of it just in a general picture in our brain, But yeah, when whatever you put into your stomach, then will make its natural way to where it should, and also can be absorbed immediately into the bloodstream. I think this is pivotal, and of course, fasting and well, communion. Communion. You
Mm.
pray for, and it's very interesting as well. The second coming. You were talking about Michael Jackson. What was his message to you? Let's all come together. I think the same story has been told. Same story has been told. That's my own reckoning. I haven't gone. Well, I must say I'm not going to. I've said it before. I drink my own urine. I don't. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care what anyone thinks. Well, I should care what you think, Maggie. But I mean, you can probably understand it, even if you object to it somewhat. You probably understand the reasons behind it.
Well,
But
actually, I think it's an Indian. I remember the Prime Minister of India did sometime. I don't remember his name. He was Prime Minister after Indira Gandhi, I think. He was not Prime Minister for very long, but I remember a story about him doing that. So it's probably an old, tradition.
but when we think of it in a different sense, then everything we're torn apart, torn apart. Everything is meant to be inside. My tackle is meant to be inside. Your female parts, they're the space to my solidity, which has been pulled out. So again, the joining of the two will give us the whole. So all of the fluids are imbued, every one of them, all of them. Look, when a male and female come together and there's a transference of fluid, what happens? The greatest miracle known to all of us, the human child. So there's the potential for all the fluids to be imbued. Well, I guess it's a bit in the mind as well, just coming to greater understanding.
Well, and
Depending on,
also,
depending
you
on what you
know,
put in as well, right, Maggie?
right, exactly. I think garbage in, garbage out, I suppose. You know.
And outside of anything else, there's a placebo effect, right? So if you think along these certain lines, who knows what power you have in terms of, transference. But yeah, I needless to say, I don't waste any of my bodily fluids, so I'll leave it at that. But I haven't taken it to full fruition because, I mean, what's the purpose of all of this? Like, if it's about transcendence within existence, well, that's something. But I guess you have to make that ultimate sacrifice and separate yourself from absolutely everything. So I've always been hoping that you know heaven comes to us, transcendence comes to us, and I really think that this is the time. It has to be, Maggie. It has to be. So. I mean, if there's billions of us and we're all the same, what good is in you being happy and everyone else being miserable? You know what I mean? There's any point in that.
Exactly. Right. You can't really create an island. Well, I guess you can. That's what people do. That's what they did. Create an island of perfection inside a big mess. You can't do that. You wouldn't be happy.
You spoke very eloquently on your or appealingly to me anyway on your experiences in Cuba, whereas there's just a sort of different pace and a different way of life. And I guess everyone's idea of utopia or paradise is different. And I think maybe this is what we've got to settle on here. What do we want? What's our idea of bliss or happiness? And maybe no, it's not about what you can do to achieve it anymore for me because, well, there's a different context to existence. You know what I mean? I don't say that lightly when I have it ingrained into me that this earth is only 422 years old. I'm certain of it. In its current form, I mean, in its current broken form. Earth is a wasteland. We live on the divided surface, right, of the tree
It,
of life.
you know, that, it, it, yes, I think
Right.
that's one of the shocks.
Well, but my thinking now, Maggie, is heliocentrism takes us to the edge of despair, the edge of nothingness. When you can embrace nothingness with all
Mm.
your heart, which is what I did, imagine then the joy that you will experience when it comes to the opposite being true, and that everything is in play. And I think it's via this contrast, this duality, that we can come to appreciate or greater. I mean, life is about learning just how to deal and cope with eternity and um, I don't know. What do we say? Greatness, godhood, divinity. I think all of these characters, like Michael Jackson, all of them, from the very outset, it doesn't matter what this. Do you remember? Remember with the That was a fake Michael Jackson, wasn't it? Who went up on the podium, or maybe it wasn't. It could have been. Who knows? Like, but he started talking about all of these different oppressive forces in play. Sorry about my head being cut off now, but all of these different oppressive forces being in play, forcing him into a certain corner, etc. Do you remember all those things, Maggie?
Sony, when he was, yeah.
Yeah. Or you know, whatever battles he was outspoken. I think they all have to be theater as well. I do think so. I do think it's like theater within theater, but
Right.
you
Well,
know,
like I said, I haven't figured it out, but it's clear that, for example, his last spoken words in public were, I didn't realize this until recently, the best is yet to come.
uh-huh.
And that's been something Trump has been saying repeatedly.
That's amazing, right? Because Maggie, think of the word. Every word he picks is carefully chosen. I mean, the
Yep.
best. Think of the word best. BST. I've been talking about this as well in terms of Christ. CHRIST. So the CHST are connected. There's some sort of transformation that has to go into place. When we think of words like church, it's CHURCH. But everything coming back to the H and ultimately the O. If we look at the C in relation to the O, there is an aspect missing. So that he says that, that's most significant. What's it? The best is yet to come. Yet is yet to come, right? But I can get that. The best. Well, here we are in the mask of the beast. The best and the beast are very close to one another, aren't they?
Yes, indeed.
Well, how is your beautiful grandson at this stage? Hopefully, all is well, right? What it must be 5 or 6 now, right?
He's 6 and he's great. He's got a great sense of humor. And
The Snickers approve.
um, she will occasionally, they have sort of a sibling rivalry, let's say.
Okay.
He gets really mad at her, and I don't know, they kind of fight with each other.
They're just finding their way. Excellent.
Oh, yeah, no, he loves her, and he's doing well. It's kind of weird because they're not in school, which is probably a good thing, I would imagine. And you know, he's here every once a week. He
Are you
stays
telling me?
over.
Are you telling me Aiden? I'm surely Aiden is sort of. Is he a man? I can imagine Aiden easily being a masked man. And is there any objection at all from anyone, Gio or Aiden or?
Well, Geo is, not a masker. Aiden is not either, unless he has to, and he's working for the airlines, so he has to.
Yeah, but so sure. It's strange, isn't it? Strange. I mean, if you're not a masker, then you're not a fear of the deadly threat, and therefore there's other implications, i.e., that governments are lying, or you know, can't. I can't understand how people won't follow the thread, Maggie. But I mean,
Well,
are you?
it's funny, we have a business in town, and theoretically, we should have shut down, except we were making masks, so we never bothered to shut down. And then when everything reopened, we never bothered to apply for reopening. But we never wore masks in the business. So we never wear masks. We have people that come in, and sometimes they'll ask questions and they'll sort of reprimand us for not wearing masks. But no cops have ever come in, and no one's ever given us a citation or anything like that. They just leave us alone.
Yeah. And well, that's
You
what
know,
I'm
that's
trying.
kind of the way I think. If you cannot conform, if you choose not to, they're not really going to pursue it too much.
No. So in a sense, it's a sort of an encouragement to object and to search yourself. Everyone around here knows that it's a hoax. Well, I know that I say it's a hoax. I went up to the I went up to the rugby grounds last week, and the rugby game was on. Well, of course, all the rugby players, rugby is like American football sort of, but they can all travel freely, Maggie, and they can all fucking beat the shit out of each other in the pitch. And they're talking at the same time on in the papers about these mutant strains and how they could develop, and it's all fucking nonsensical. And for me, the farce has been revealed. Where sort of every individual has been encouraged at every hand's turn to question. And if you're not doing it, well, at the end of the day, it's down to you. But there has to be an end of the day. I think whenever Michael Jackson, whenever JFK, whatever signed up for all of this, it was knowing that there was an end point. Otherwise, what are you gonna say? You have to start talking about different life forms here. Is there an oppressing force? Are you? Let me ask you this, Maggie. Are you hopeless?
No, not at all. No, but I'm a little impatient.
You're not breaking. Are you going to hang out another? I mean, are you prepared to hang out another 10 years, or you know what I mean? That sort of thing. I can't do it, Maggie. I can't. I can't do it.
I don't,
I couldn't. I can't do 10 years. No, I can't even do a year. I couldn't even do. I couldn't do a year 5 years ago.
well, I've been saying this a long time,
Yeah,
because don't forget, like I said, I had that champagne ready when you were here. We got that
I remember
seven
that.
and a half years ago, because I figured by then, by the time you got here, it must have been so obvious. Everyone would know that it's fake.
Mm,
7 years later, they still don't. I'm just, I don't even know what to say to people anymore, which I don't
no.
say anything. There's no point. It's
Mm.
fine.
We know the story too well, me and you best. And yeah, you don't, but that doesn't stop you from thinking. That doesn't stop you from putting your pieces together. And since the last time we
No.
spoke,
Oh no,
Maggie,
that's yeah, there's a lot of pieces, that's for sure.
yeah, well, since the last time, Maggie, I found out so much. I mean, that's all I can say. That's all I can say about it. And well, we'll talk again privately. And yeah, I mean, just like we're talking now, how many people do actually, how many people do you know on flat Earth? First of all, anyone listening here, any insults in the chat won't be tolerated at all. Whoever the fuck you are, piss off out of it. But I don't think there is any. But how many? I generally ask how many people in chat, Maggie. How many flat earthers do you know talk openly about 9/11 media victim fakery, and I never get many answers. And you can count them up in a couple of hands, a couple of fucking fingers at this stage. But they all know about it. So there's a limited role being played. Maggie here knew about nine. When did you find out about the 9/11 medium victim hoax, Maggie? Or when did you set it? When did you set it on it? Maybe 2011, 2012.
Whenever, yeah, about the
Yeah.
time, yeah, 2012, something like that,
Ingrained
yeah.
that, yeah, and you've ingrained that into your thinking, and you've developed everything else around that. So if you come across as somebody who's hearing you for the first time and saying something quite strange or sort of extraordinary, which is first of all talking about JFK making any statements when the guy's supposed to be dead, or Michael Jackson, you know what I mean? That loses people immediately, but it doesn't lose the people who know, and people know, you know what I mean?
It's
So
weird. There are people that, well, there's probably three kinds. There's people that don't want to hear anything you say. Then there's people that will politely listen, but don't take a great interest. Those are the people that really surprise me more, in a way, because they'll say like, yeah, could the earth could be flat. Yeah, I could see that. Uh-huh. And I could see that JFK, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, and I was going to get my hair done, and you're like, what? This is like, you're changing everything. You're looking at things completely different than you looked at it 10 minutes ago, and it doesn't affect you.
well, I
I
mean,
don't,
look.
that's what I don't understand.
Well, look, and this is we can't hope to understand that as well. The best you can do, and I've learned this. I speak to people regularly here. I just walking my neighbor's dog. Yes, was it yesterday or the day before? Maybe yesterday, just along the river, and I stopped and just said, I'm talking to two girls, and just girls, what do you reckon? Is Corona a hoax or not? And then it went on to flat Earth. And of course, I don't expect anything from it. I'll never see those girls again. But I do say to myself, well, I mean, it's worthwhile putting the possibility out there and leaving them to mull it over. And I know at this stage I can handle any objections. No, even though I remember talking about Even Ledner earlier on. He's one of the top bowlers. Paper Explorator was his name when he came into Flat Earth and started defending all sort of science officialdom. He was actually on my own channel, Maggie. I have 160 odd videos, and he conceded to me intellectually, and I'm no great shakes, right? The one thing I do know, though, it's a hard gig being a bowler because it's such a difficult thing to defend. Now I know my own. I'm not asking you to vouch for me, but I know my own approach or my own position here is an honest approach. I'm not looking for anything except ultimately truth. We garner truth from interactions like this. It's only by challenging ourselves that we can come, well, to see what's what, I guess. And one of those what's what things that I saw was all of the actors put in place, and they all have their limitations. Beyond a certain point, all of them are easily found out. For me, anyway. For me, anyway. But I don't rely on sort of collaboration or cooperation within the chat here. I've got to make up my own mind on that. When I do deal with others, as I said, on my own, Maggie, genuinely, like I don't see any. But I talk to everyone, all the neighbors around here, all the children around here. I talk to them. No one else fucking does that. But it's not like in a continuous basis, not in basis as it should be. But yeah, I realize that if you're going to engage with anybody, even friends, you shouldn't engage at all with friends, especially once you sort of realize limitations beforehand. But even anyone else, you shouldn't engage expecting anything in return. The best you can do is speak coherently, speak from the heart, and just get across a certain sort of point of view or a certain aspect which the listener can respect, because we know it's inspect or delve deeper into, because we know it's of such significance, and there's no greater time to do that sort of thing. And I'll do it tomorrow if I go in busking tomorrow. I'll do that. I'm sure if I see somebody, anyone I stop and meet, that's one of the first things that comes up. But yeah, I don't expect anything in return, and it is lonely. It is lonely. You've no one to talk to. You've no one to deal personally with and expand upon. And that's not to mind, going into your own thoughts, which are far in advance of the basics that you talk to others with. So it is a lonely pathway, but we all come out at the end of it. Absolutely. I don't think it would take a wet week for everyone to get on the same level. You know what I mean? Anyone who's looking
Really?
into, yeah, definitely. Anyone who's looking into 9/11 now, the work we had to go through, the process, it was just a series of, advancing thoughts and just more and more proof being gathered, or evidence being gathered.
Well, you might be right. It's really it's the resistance. Once you get past the resistance.
All you have to do is tell someone, this is my point, or to tell them, and that's what I do say. I've said to someone recently, if you want to investigate 9/11 as a possibility of media and victim, go on YouTube and type in media and victim hoax 9/11. And just look at a video an hour long, and you'll see different aspects brought up. And all you have to do then is just extrapolate. And that's how easy it is. You don't have to go into the detail, because there was no videos like that when we were investigating, right?
Mm.
Once you realize that this is what Corona allows as well. But first of all, it allows the time for people to investigate. Everyone has their own personal monolith now, right, in the form of the iPhone or the computer screen here. But yeah, the open mind as well, because there's so much information out there, and there's so much to talk about. There's so much conspiracy stuff then being thrown into the fan, that you needn't get too deeply into any specific area and just deal with everything generally. Let me just say, ultimately, Maggie, I think all of this is artifice. I think we know shit, and we don't need to represent it in any way. And that goes from painting, music, to any of the greater arts. I think they're all extraneous. That's a good word. They're extraneous to us. We don't need it. We just know stuff anyway. And when we have this divide between the human and the animal, I think a fundamental rearrangement has been made, and of course we know that as well. We're fed an origin story in a very religious or be it a scientific, you know. Whereas, well, the true nature of our reality, every other reality, is absolutely different. Look at Snickers there. That dog is, well, all knowing, I think. I shouldn't say that. She'd never hear me saying that anyway. She'd get up on herself. But you know what I mean. There's a great wonder and beauty and knowing to that beautiful creature that we lack. We lack. And in a great way, we are divided in so many ways and away from our true potential. Our true potential is wondrous. And I think this is what this pathway we're on about, you know, as well sort of maybe leads to. And as I said earlier on, maybe getting us allowing ourselves to get used to our divinity, our infinite nature. This is just a learning experience, an exercise in division. Look at that picture of gorgeousness. Hello, my darling. I wonder. Someone said that dogs can't see 2D screens, but I don't think that's true. There's plenty of evidence on YouTube and other places. My own brother's dog that they can recognize what's going on screen. I know Snickers can. How would I show? I reckon she recognized my hand better than she recognized my face because my hand is the hand that threw the ball. So, hello, my darling. She knows. Look at that.
She can't hear
Send,
you though, because I'm on a this mic thing. Because otherwise, it's really hard to hear you. So she can't hear
well, why
you at
didn't
the
she not
moment.
hear? There's me talking like a fool then, too. Nothing. Jesus,
She
don't
really.
like enough fool. Hello.
She's saying, "Don't waste my time with all this nonsense. I'm just interested in some food."
But maybe she can see me. At least maybe she can see me, can she?
Nah,
Fuck it. Fuck it. I was feeling much better before I came on to talk to you there, Maggie.
you were
So,
feeling
Maggie,
better.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, well, sure, it's Snickers. I haven't, of course, you know I love Snickers. I haven't seen her in ages. So, yeah. Well,
Yeah, there she
it's a
is.
different way of looking at things. And what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I think, what do you think, Maggie? Artifice. I mean, you're a very artistic person. Do you want to tell some of the people listening what you do or what you can do? Did you ever go any further with your embroidery or, I think you were,
Sewing.
yeah, but you, weren't you going to say
No,
you
I
were,
didn't do embroidery.
and what about, well, I have to think now, Maggie, but go on, yeah, what have you been doing recently? Actually, uh, there's no more proms and stuff then, isn't it? There's no more sort of dressing occasions and so what do you do then? What do you do, Maggie? Are you still going into work?
We are. We're actually talking about either disbanding, going online, finding a smaller place. We really don't know yet. I mean, we just,
So you need some ideas then, is that? You need to get
well,
money.
we need money is really, that's, that's what we need.
Well, if only
Uh,
you approached me a few years ago, Maggie. I'm sorry about that. But having said that, ideas can make money. So
right.
you know,
I mean, I'm not, I'm just saying, yeah, we just have to figure out what we're doing. It's like you said, everything is at a standstill. There's no
yeah.
proms, there's no weddings, there's no events. We do get some work, we are getting some work. But it, you know, it's kind of a ghost town.
Mm,
Businesses, a lot of places have closed, and
sure.
it's just weird. People walking around in masks. It's so strange that, y- you know, you, people don't realize that the mask thing is much bigger than just putting something over your face, because as you walk down the street, you see people, they're not smiling, you're not connecting, everything becomes a little bit annoying, putting the mask on, having, then you have to, they have, how many times do you order something, you get the screen in front of you, what did you order, you have to scream at them, they have to scream at you, it's,
Well, is there any positives? When you think of in terms of any potential positives, it sort of equalizes everyone in a sense. So if I look at somebody now, and I'm not now, first of all, let me say to you directly, I'm the friendliest man you'll meet. Even to this day, I salute everyone. I just go, "How you doing?" It doesn't cost anything. But when there was no masks, when I was living down in Ennis, where when I was living there, when I lived before I visited you, during when I visited you, No one ever said hello. Everyone puts their head down. So it's like, you know, I was shocked and surprised, and that's not. I'm not going to let that stop me from saying hello. You know what I mean? So it's not as if I was coming from a sort of a previous corridor situation where everyone was sort of intimate with one another. But one thing I think the mask does is it sort of equalizes everyone. You don't know who you're dealing with, right? So what you got to go on them for the most part is the eyes, and you're not going to treat somebody in a certain way. You don't know, of course, how you treat people because you don't know what's under the mask. That's what,
Hmm.
which is a good thing. So, in a great sense, there's a lot of equalization going on. It doesn't matter, in a sense, how much money you have these days, Maggie. If you can't open your business, you can apply for the weekly allowance here, and you know and I'm grand with that because there's never been any distinct. Money doesn't mean it. God, we know it, Maggie. It doesn't mean a thing anyway. But because of this transformation, I see the positives in the mask. And also, Maggie, as I was talking about the birds, angels, the fallen star, fallen star. The tar is the spinal fluid, right? The semen and men, whatever. It's the fallen star. It's the drop down. It's the breaking of the circuit. So yeah, I see with this reunification and now you know the double-headed eagle, the sonic symbol. If I extend my nose out and extend my mouth out, my palate out, I got a beak. You can also see what by letting my fingernails go longer, I got feathers as well. Hair is sort of being the what do you call it form, diminished form of the feather, etc.
You've got
So
kind of a bird's head too. Now that I think,
yeah,
look at that.
someone said that there's a I think it was 2.88 mushroom is in chat. Tumanoid is in chat as well. Not that I'm reading, I can't. Yeah, I have.
Look at that, a bird
No,
head.
oh, you want to look at me? I don't mind. Look at me, whatever we want.
Well, and
Any angle.
you're
Well, you remember I was
I,
talking about the moon craters, and you're looking at the moon craters, going, no, they all have to be separate because well, they look distinct and separate. Well, this is my whole point. If I show you my image from here, right? Well, let me look in the. That's the media camera here. If I put my finger over, yeah, okay, that's the camera. So if I showed you an image from here, or if I showed you an image from here, or over here, or under here, you know what I mean? You would get
right.
different perspectives every time, and each one of them would look separate. You only can sort of your brain only pieces things together because you know the whole package, which is me, and you can say, well, yeah, I have that to compare it to. When it comes to the moon craters, we don't know the whole package, right? Because we're told certain. Is my screen flashing here? Okay,
Something is making a bunch of noise or something.
that's me because the screen is sort of it goes black because there's a problem with just the hinge point and the screen. It's just I just have to unconnect the cable. Actually, anyway, yeah. So what I just showed you with the different perspective there, we get different aspects. Imagine zooming into my head and looking in at a freckle. Actually, if you can see, where is it? Just here. You can see it just here. You see what do you call it? Hang on. You can see a little patch just here that sticks out from the rest. That came up one night, Maggie. One night, just one night. I remember talking to you last time. I was talking to you saying this, but it came up just out of the blue. And it's like a triscallion. It's like a tree. It's like the symbol for the Isle of Man. And I was going, it's fucking strange. That's a mark of some sort. I don't know what it signifies, but it just came out of the blue, and you can see it right here.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, you can see it. It sticks out just right here. But my point being regarding, so imagine like that being one of the snaps you saw, just to zoom in on that spot, and all of the different perspectives, all of the different magnifications of my face or my being, but it was all intermingled and mixed up, right? And you didn't know what you were looking at. You didn't know I was the source image. You wouldn't know how to make sense of it. It's only when you
So
saw
what
me,
what is it?
the
Okay,
image.
so what are you saying that the moon is?
The moon is
It's
a
all the
reflection of the sun. The moon is a direct reflection of the sun. The sun is the focal reflection of Polaris. Polaris is the primary reflection of the tree, core tree of life at the north center as it shoots upwards and creates the barriers, creates the, well, Earth's confines, I guess, and the ether beneath as
but wait
well.
a second, I thought the tree is gone.
Yes, tree is gone, but the energies, the tree energies, the core energies are now. It's like a well, it's like cutting a hand off, right? So cut the hand off, the blood shoots up. So that's energy shooting up.
And it's still shooting up?
Yes, that's what gives us the skylights. That's what creates the barrier beyond. It separates Earth from the waters beyond, and it gives us the skylights that moves around in unison. So the original emanation, the original reflection, what's in a name? Aristarchus, Polaris, Polaristarchus. So everything revolves around Polaris. Polaris's primary reflection is the sun, like a planetarium. Primary reflection is the sun. Remember the what do you call it? The significant factors here are the contour and dimension of the reflective barrier itself. Barriers, I said. There's more than one barrier. We're on the outer barrier, where it begins low at the north, highest at the equatorial areas, and lowest at the southern peripherals as well. So yeah, it's the same thing. The tree of life giving us the skylights, giving us the earth's confines, giving us the ether beneath, and well, giving us the ground we stand on. We stand on the surface of the tree of life. Everything is in a spiraling fashion, and everything is fractal as well. It's a fractal nature of reality, in a replicating fashion. Best I can, not the best I can do. I lost all my images. I lost all my evidence, but it's all in here. It's all in here. I know immediately where to go to. If you ask me a question, for instance, how would I prove any of this? I can prove it. I've connected so many things. The IHS sun, the IHS symbol. Actually,
Right.
if you look up, if I had it there and I'd show it, but in the IHS symbol, you have a little T at the top,
Right.
which that's this THIS. Michael Jackson left us. This is it. So the sun itself, the Jesuit sun, is the sun as it looks above the atmosphere. So we're viewing everything through a watery environment, Maggie. It's water, water all the way. Water, water all the way. When the sun, the agitating force, goes out of perspective, out of range, well, then all the dew rests on the ground. So the water in the air that has been agitated from the previous passage of the sun will come to rest on the ground. So this is how we actually get to see fundamentally. We see through the water and its scintillation and its glittering, I guess. This interaction between the source energies. So fascinating stuff. But when it comes to flat Earth, as we know, something the Earth isn't moving, never been proved to move. Something fucking moves, and as we look at the sky, everything seems to move in unison. So that should have been an early consideration, as I mentioned earlier on, that there's a singular earthbound source to all of these skylight reflections against the backdrop of water. Water is reflective. You ask the likes of Nathan Oakley, Anthony Riley, what have you replaced the vacuum of space with after all these years? What is the nature of the necessary container you say must be in place, which we agree? No answer. No answer. So stuck on a certain limit and no going beyond it. Because why? Well, say that's there for you to follow. I've met more resistance throughout my YouTube experience here from flat earthers than anyone else. Can't even say any all the years. You talk about 9/11 media fakery, just fucking unfathomable resistance, from these open-minded truthers. But now I see, look, it's all an act, and ultimately, it's my picture. It's my picture. I'm sharing with you. You know what I mean? You're absolutely free to share your picture, and if your picture makes sense and connects somewhat with my picture, then I
Mm.
incorporate it. But if it doesn't, well, then we leave it behind, and that's just the way it goes. And that's why I say more and more. And even Maggie, I've said it, person, any people I've met here, and even truthers, everyone's on their own path, especially now. And well, I think you're faced with the conundrum. It's a conundrum at this stage, Maggie. At some point, we have to cut it off, right? Or do you follow it all the way to fruition? And I say we're in the times of fruition. There's no doubt, absolutely no doubt for me. Even though
Me either.
it looks dire. It really looks more dire than ever. But the creators,
Not for me.
well,
Hold
it
on,
looks
hold on 1 second. I have to make a pit stop again. It's
okay.
the coffee.
No worries, Maggie. And if you don't mind, I won't keep it on for too much longer because I will
Okay,
only
that's fine. No, that's fine.
I have 20 hours StreamYard a month, and I'm thinking of approaching that. But We'll get on Skype again, Maggie. I mean, if you're not, or if not, leave the.
I
I think.
will. I will be on.
Well,
I
actually, you
will.
don't have to do that. There's probably a actually we could probably do it on StreamYard now that you're on it. So we could just do a private call. That'd be good. So we actually don't need to do anything. Is there? Just trying to think.
Can you just do that? Can you just contact me with the
Yeah, you
private
go
thing?
to you go to you do what you have to do there, Maggie. That's grand. I'll put up
Okay.
my
Okay.
put
I'll
up
be right back.
yeah. So-called Mexicans are of the tribe of Ishkar. That's interesting screen name. Well, I mean, I haven't been into chat tonight, so sorry about that. And I haven't played too much music as well, but it's I haven't spoken to Maggie in ages. Sorry if I missed anybody. Snickers, hello, darling. Hello, Snickers. Okay. Not sorry I missed anyone. Just haven't been into chat, so hope you all do well. There's very few who listen generally, but Trolls versus Trolls. Pete putting the moves at Maggie. Oh, I spent 5 weeks with Maggie over in California. So we haven't spoken in ages. The mind of God, how you doing? Yeah. Trolls versus Trolls. That's Tim, isn't it? You always get confused with Shills versus Shills. Shills versus Shills did which you didn't do, Tim. Tim Osman wouldn't do many of the what do you call it? I did. So Trolls versus Trolls says Maggie that Pete is putting the moves on Maggie. So what do you think about that? Is it that obvious? Oh, look at that, Aiden. Or what's his name? Sorry,
Mikey.
Mikey. Of course it is. Isn't that lovely? He actually looks like my Steve a little bit. Is the dad still in play, Maggie? What's his name again?
Mikey. Michael.
Mike. Okay,
It's just
Mike.
like, yeah, actually, he's a crazy person. He has property up in the woods, up in the, way up there in the mountain. And the fires hit there and they were evacuated, but he refused to evacuate and stood his ground for 3 days and saved his property.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's kind of a crazy person that way. I mean, he got people to help him and he was cutting down trees and that's
Shit.
kind of person. Yeah, he's kind of one of those people, survivor.
Well, you gotta be, don't you? Was it property in terms of what do you call it, growing? Cannabis growing?
Yeah. I mean, he was growing up, a lot of people lost everything, He would have lost everything.
Well, I mean, give credit to a man for fighting for what he
Oh,
has.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Good dad.
Hmm?
A good dad.
Yeah, good, bad, man. He's interesting.
Well, that'll do. That'll do. Well, yeah, Trolls versus Trolls, as I said, Maggie. He said Pete's putting the moves on Maggie. What do you think?
Oh, Peter, you have an open invitation to return anytime.
Oh, Maggie, well, the future. What does the future hold? The more I come to realize that we're in these latter stages, the more, and I'm not just, I have to convince myself fully as I get immersed in it. There's different transformative energies out there, and the more I sort of come to ponder on all there is the now. And when I was playing music today, I'm sorry I can't play another song, Maggie. I'll sing you Maggie, the Irish song next time. But when I was playing music today, there was two ravens who landed on a lamppost, just right where I was playing. And I mentioned that earlier on about Odin having the two ravens, one of thought and one of memory. Now, of course, Odin is a symbol, a representative of this a greater, highest aspect, so these things are significant. I think about thought and memory, that's all we are, isn't it? We're sort of like a timeless thought. And as it survives through memory, without one without the other is no good, right? It's like the left. Well, because if you have one, if you have a thought without the memory, there's no meaning attached. You can retain no meaning as you move, well, seemingly forward through time.
Mm.
There's a greater significance in that. So when we think about the future, what do we hope for the future? I don't know what I hope for anymore, Maggie. I know that if I move to America, well, anything is possible. The world's your oyster. I love the Irish over there. I got on great with everyone, I think, nearly. I
They
mean, you
love
get out,
Irish people. They
you
love
get out.
Irish people.
uh,
They're the only white people that they can, because you can say I'm white, but I'm Irish, So you
Right,
can gain some. You have a special place.
right. And because I'm sort of honest of nature as well, I wouldn't be out to, you could easily be cunning and crafty and scheming and all that sort of stuff. No, and I know I have a brain as well. Like, geez, I have so many ideas. Honestly, I mean, I'm not. It's
Oh,
not.
you don't. No, I
Yeah,
mean,
but I mean, it's about how to apply it. You know what I mean? If I set myself to a certain future, then at least that's set, and then I can build upon that. But I mean, oh,
just
everything else,
wandering aimlessly about,
you know it. You know it better than anyone else. You saw me over in your place in 2013, but we're in the midst of this quicksand, I guess. And how can you build anything on sand? I mean, when it comes to truth. When it comes to truth, only the truth is good. I have a son, Maggie. I haven't seen him as you know, I just said it to you, and that's literally I haven't seen. I don't know anything about. And he's only 26 miles down the road, and he's with his mom. His mom could be married with somebody else. It could be a stepdad. I just don't know. I just don't know. I always thought that might be the way it would have gone, but yeah, that's not the way I want it. But at the same time, I stand by everything. My whole relationship with my son, all that was good enough for him is the truth. Nothing else. Nothing else. Doesn't matter. Nothing else. So when we do reunite, which will hopefully be soon enough, like he's 18 now, so he has his own choices. He can make his own decisions. There'll never be anything between us. And it's like when I talk about me being so isolated, I've lost contact with all my friends, every one of them. Every one of them. But there's nothing between us, nothing at all. It would take a phone call, and it would just be like yesterday. I can even imagine seeing my son, and it would just like no time has passed in my own brain, and that's the way I see it. But of course, that's a different matter. But yeah, when it comes to future plans, shit, the world, and that's another great Maggie. Where does an oyster come from?
Humboldt Bay.
Yeah, but sorry. Where does a pearl come from? I should ask. The pearl come. Fuck's sake! Give away the answer. It's an eye star.
Oh, I'm glad you did because I would never have gotten that.
Shit. Well, but the point was to lead you somewhere, of course. Eye star, oyster, right? Eye star, right in the heart of ARISTARCHUS is our eye star. The pearly gates, right? It's all connected. And ultimately, we're promised reunification with the tree of life in Revelation 22. Jesus is represented as a tree of life as well. So yeah, all of these things connected. Eye star or oyster is the solution. I remember I talked about Alice in Wonderland. It's the solution to the White Queen's final riddle puzzle to Alice before Alice received her crown, and that's the solution. Oyster or eye star. Taking it further, which I did do, brings us all the way to the tree of life, which is named ARISTARCHUS, ARISTARCHUS. Amazing, Maggie, I swear, and we met one another. It has to be one of the greatest revelations in history because it connects the very beginning to the very end, and there's a greater script written, and everything within the script is interconnected. So, how do you sell that? Who's that to sell it? It's the dirtiest word around, but there's no reason for it. Remember, I talked about Paul slash Fall being the dodo. All great actors within the script, right? Well, their bandmates, Ringo Starr and George Harrison, HRI Son and Ringo Starr. Aristarchus can be found in there, and
Um,
so many other clues. And that I've often thought about the tree in your front mansion, your front spread. Maggie has a fantastic place. What is it, Maggie? About an acre, is it? Half an acre,
Two
three
and
quarters acre?
2 acres.
2 acres. Fucking hell, it's fantastic. It's a fantastic spread up in the what would you call it? Go on, Maggie. What's the name of the area again?
Nealon. It's
It's
Humboldt.
like a hill. Yeah,
Humboldt.
yeah.
We're well known. We have some notoriety.
But you're in real terms, you're in the middle of nowhere, right? Really in the middle of nowhere, the heartland of nowhere, and you're up at the mountaintop, surrounded by sort of forest covering, but fantastic setting. And the 2 acres, Jesus, what a it's a paradise in a sense, Maggie, isn't it?
It really is. I've come to appreciate it a lot doing the Airbnb because I get people from all over the world, actually. Not
Yeah.
this past year, but the year before, I had so many people from Europe come through. And it's interesting to have their perspective on where I live because it's so different. And so I've come to appreciate it a lot more. And my kids have so much appreciated it.
Hmm.
Giovanna is here, she loves it. She would never leave Humboldt, and Aiden comes back quite frequently. He was just here for a few days last week.
Where is he based?
He's right now mostly in San Francisco. He works in San Francisco at the airport.
That can't be too busy these days, right? Or maybe not.
It's not busy. No. It
Yeah.
used to be, yeah, but he still has work and
Someone said to me yesterday, very interesting, and just a casual encounter in town, didn't know the guy, but he told me that um, there's something else going on because when you think about all of the pilots who are off work, and this is a worldwide thing, when they do get back, if and when they do get back, there has to be loads of retraining scheduled because you can't just go back in and operate these sort of vital
it's
machines.
interesting. Yeah.
Well, I was delighted to hear that because for me, this is the transform. This Corona is not just about nothing. This is the transformative time, and of course, look, we know the real technologies that are there, and this is all about, yeah. So I don't see
I've
that.
kind of wondered that,
Fuck it. I
is
mean, it
are
could
a
be.
lot of these closures permanent
I
or
think they
not,
are.
like schools,
Yeah,
universities? Who the
yeah,
hell needs a university?
yeah. Exactly, exactly. But here's the question, the ultimate question, and so I have to think about it more as well. We know about the Tower of Babel. Is this Tower of Babel Part Two? So if we come out of this Corona and then a sort of a it's like a layer of a matrix. We're fed truth, but not the whole truth. You know what I mean? So we
Right.
progress and along a separate a new line, but it's contaminated line because it's not. No, I don't. That can't wash for me anyway. And I know what I'm doing if that turns out to be the case, Maggie. I know what I'm doing. Well, I know what my mind tells me I have to do anyway. And that's to get to the North Center, and I know where I need to go to get to the North Center. I don't know exactly, but I know I have to go to Mauritius, which is the home of the dodo, where the dodo was discovered and lived.
Oh.
And when I think about Morris, and I was thinking of how Mauritius connects to Aristarchus, actually, well, Mauristarschus, or anyway, that's what's called a Starkism. I don't know if you heard of a Dodoism, but a Starkism. But Mauritius and Aristarchus are intimately connected. And for me, yeah, if this sort of second Tower of Babel comes into play and this sort of new layer of deception and a more modernized layer, a modernized future, which will convince most of the masses. All they had to do ultimately to convince the masses is give them just technology. Everyone, has a computer now, everyone has a phone, everyone has access to information. That is enough to convince them that science is true and science is progressing along the right line. So they'll easily be convinced. So if that sort of mechanism is what it was all about, well, I just accept. I have to accept in my heart that the Creator has a different plan in play for me anyway, and for what I've come to realize. And my my secondary, my option out then is well, and my thoughts on it. We have to get to the north center and get through to the other side where the tree is intact, and you can't get there just by going north. You have to find the gateway, and because we live on the surface of the cut tree, all caves, all caverns, etc., are just delving into the tree, right, closer to the root system itself. And when you go downwards, then you got to go up northwards in a certain direction. And I think there are many, many tunnels connecting many, many different outlets spread throughout the surface of the earth. So yeah, that'd be a nightmare.
One thing is for sure. One thing for sure is there's lots of tunnels.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
And I think that transportation has been around for a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just that we haven't had access to it.
But that's why I think, yeah, that's why I think even has come to us, Maggie, and truth has come to us, or is coming to us.
I honestly, I've been, I'm really optimistic, even though it seems to a lot of people, they always think you're so cynical. I'm not cynical. Really, I do think that all has a happy ending. By the way, the woman that stayed with me that is writing this book about fairies and has it located in the redwood forest. That's why she was here researching what it's like to be in a redwood forest. She left me a candle, and the name of the candle was Fairy Tale Ending.
Ha! What would you, can you describe a fairy tale ending, Maggie, in your, what would your fairy tale ending to this ordeal be?
Honestly, I'm happy here. I just wish people were, we're all on the same page. Living in the woods and having fun and, I don't have, I don't, I just want the nightmare to be over. Hold on one second. I got to get this fire dealt with.
Yeah.
You weren't here in the winter, so you don't know how my life revolves around the wood stove.
Are you, well, you need a man to go chopping the wood for you in these times, in this day and age. No, but I mean, yeah, well, but you have haven't you got a great central heating system, right? Your house is beautiful, right? I mean, is it all up to date?
There is no central. Are you kidding me? I don't use a central heating system. I use the wood stove, literally, to heat the house.
I was never cold when I went there.
Because it wasn't cold when you were here.
That might explain that. But sure, I don't worry about when I'm not there, Dan. What are you telling me?
I don't know. I guess the temperature changed while you were here or something, because you see, it is winter now. You were here in the fall. Actually, you were here in the summer fall.
How cold does it get, actually? Do you get heavy snow in the winter?
Oh, we don't get heavy snow. We do get a little bit of snow. We had a horrible, weird windstorm the other day. It knocked the signs down in the shop. I had to risk my life getting up on the ladder to pull them down, or they were going to break the window because they were banging against the window.
Are all they bars and eateries and pizza shops are all closed in Eureka, are they?
Well, everyone's open for carry out, and if you have outdoor. Sometimes they have outdoor seating. That's ridiculous. This is the other thing. They have, okay, so this is what they build now. They can have outdoor seating. So they make this tent-like structure, and then you can eat there inside the tent, but not inside.
It's insane.
Okay, and the other funny thing is, this person that I went out to dinner. I hadn't been out to dinner in a long time because you couldn't go out to dinner. But anyway, I went out to dinner with this woman that was staying here, this author. And you go into a restaurant with your mask on. You can't get in. But the minute you sit down, you can take the mask off. But the waitress or server, better, because you get in trouble calling them waitress, the server has to wear a mask, even though you don't. These are subtle rules.
I should send you this hat, and you should just. I mean, this passes now for me to go into the post office. I'm not even 10 years ago, 1 year ago, if I went in like that, they'd be, you know the story, you know how that would end up, right? You don't need too much imagination. Now she's encouraging me to do that. It's mad.
You know,
it's really crazy. But Maggie,
this is okay. Now that you cannot go into a bank now without a mask on, is this like an irony, the ultimate irony?
Yes, it is. It's the universe runs on irony, and this is how, for me, I know we said this before, but back when I saw you, Maggie, and we had the champagne ready, there was nothing like Corona around. You know,
No.
and the farce is. You're off the scales at this stage, but I think it's only when people look back in it they'll go. That's my song is about. What are you going to do when you find out they made a dodo out of you? And I included dodo as well. I think very good. But then you kick yourself, and you'll never be fooled again. And I think this is the whole point. It's all been a charade up to now. So I'm glad you're laughing anyway.
I have to say.
Remember the guy? Remember that restaurant that time, and the guy came over, and I asked him for the butter.
Yeah,
do you remember that?
I remember.
Butter. What butter? Have some butter. Butter. I went down for a few minutes as well, didn't I? Remember that? I can't remember the steak. Actually, the steak. I think was good, wasn't it?
I figured if you stayed here any longer, I'd have to move.
No, I wasn't there for long enough. I wasn't there. You know what I mean? It was sort of like you're sort of settling in, and it's only after a certain amount of time then you feel it, and then you get into your own. So I would have made that town my own. Yeah, maybe
you could probably get it your own. Actually, there's somebody. This Samoa. There's this little town across the bay from Eureka. It's like a peninsula. It's called Samoa.
Okay.
We have Manila, we have Samoa, and we have Trinidad. I don't understand. But anyway, Samoa was sold. The entire town was sold to a company. And they're developing it.
Ah.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, you can, and another town was sold recently. Bridgeville was for sale.
Look, I take all these things as positive. I just reminded immediately, Maggie, of you remember the mysterious ghost cities that China were building in Africa?
Yes.
Right? And all in preparation for what's to come. Completely change the landscape. The whole place here has been left run down. And I say, well, and it's shut down and run down, but because, rebuilding is in play. And as I say, it could go either way. If we're just in for a next layer of deception, most of the masses would buy it. I'm the enemy to everyone around here in a sense, because I say the obvious chromosomes. But if that's not the case, and I don't think it can be the case, then there's a greater transformation in play. And nothing but the truth will do. And Maggie, this is the time. And we're reconnecting now because, it's the time. And as I said, that song I sang to begin, There was a girl in Portland before the winter chill. We used to go courting. I don't know if you know along October Hill. Do you know that? Is that a place in Portland? And she would smile away the dark clouds, kiss away the snow. Though that was long ago, along the road I go. But yeah, Portland. I was to Portland. We drove there, sure. Remember? Of course you do. Yeah.
Yep.
Time is
And
on
we
the
had
time.
several drinks on that bar up there on the top there. I remember that.
And what was your friend's name again? Maggie went to
Mary
see
Ellen.
Mary
Mary Ellen.
Ellen. Is that an ex-friend at this stage?
Well,
Not without its ups and downs, right? What about
no,
her?
it's not
Just
that I have ex friends. It's just that they're, I can't talk about anything.
I know, yeah, and you might as well have no friends in that way, then, right? That's what I do. What I do. Okay. I know advertisement, but it is a tough thing.
Yes.
Nightmare was a good. It's a good way to describe it. Like, but I don't think it's an endless nightmare. Maggie, there's a purpose to everything, and this 422 revelation to me, and just the dodo connection, which is within my brain for a long while, it changes everything. Just have to let it get to my heart, right? And I guess, have to see things manifesting externally, which they are as well. I actually feel like going out now. It's raining outside. I actually feel like going out and just taking it, standing in there because there's some Maggie. There's something different about the rain. Please notice that the next time my last or the second to last hangout, I just stood at the window, and I tried to think of as many sort of descriptive terms as I could, and I couldn't come up with enough. But I did come up with lots of them, and they're very good. And some of them like voluptuous. That's what it's more voluminous as well. It's more
Hmm.
imbued. It's more translucent. It's more rich. So I think all of the different. I have to talk about more to you, but all of the different things I've been looking at, which is not much really. I watch some of the religious stuff as well. For me, the Gospel of Thomas, Maggie. Have you read the Gospel of Thomas or listened to it? Right.
I
I would
actually have
suggest
a copy of that.
excellent, excellent. I would suggest you go over it again. I suggest myself go over it again. What I look upon these offerings now are they're made for us. So once you get to a certain point, once you realize that the Bible was never meant to be taken in a literal way, literal sense, then they have the offerings of the likes of the Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Judas, Gospel of Mary Magdalene, etc. But all loaded with clues. Everything self-referential references the same story. But if it's part of a recent script attached to the nature of our experience here on Earth, but then it becomes all the more significant. And very interesting connection between 2020 and 2021, 2020, 21. And actually, 2021, Maggie, what's 20 times 21? Well, what's 10 times?
440, 420. Is it?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
It's
Nice
still
one.
working there.
Yeah, excellent. But 420, again, well, and
It's
you're
420 somewhere in the world, right?
well, it was when I went to your house, it was 420 and all the fucking
Every
garbage
day.
in the garbage. It says every day. But well, remember just the symbol in India. Apparently, 420 is associated with like all bad shit. It's like crime. It's a police term associated with crime, or just a
Oh,
general,
really?
yeah, general term. The public use it just associated with bad shit, crime, stealing, mugging, robbery, and that's what I talk about. It's just about getting the symbol into public consciousness, and then when it reveals itself, then at least it's in your consciousness, and then you apply a different context to it. But yeah, yeah. This is 2021. 20 times 21 is 420. God's gift to man, and I say 420, 2020 last year was the beginning of the new era, and that's a real God's gift to man, which is a day, the day itself, a new beginning. And I think it's manifesting now. So I was saying you have to see but of course our hearts have to change and our whole our whole approach towards everything, Maggie, everything, even our thought system, everything. What is a thought? You know, what are we in a greater sense? And well, this is where I sort of think everything will come back to knowing. Something, a switch will be flipped, and
You know,
we'll just know shit, you know. And
somebody was talking about that today about history, that you will just know, you can feel history. You can sense history. And that one of the things I'm realizing is, because if you're on, people are constantly asking me, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Even if you give them proof, it's not proof enough. How much is enough proof? So how do you discern, as you're looking through all these things, all these viewpoints, what the truth is? You could argue any position, honestly, and put some facts together, but it wouldn't necessarily be the truth, right? So it
absolutely,
has to be something that you just know, that you feel, even if it's, and maybe it isn't true. I don't know if it's just true for you or me or whatever, but people constantly ask me, well, how do you know? Well, I don't know. It feels right.
yeah. But there's more to it than that. You have
Oh,
built
yeah.
a sensitivity, and you put a certain amount of effort into the specific area that you're, investigating over the years. So yeah, when you do say that, this is what I'm talking about. There's no hope of being able to convince somebody else. Everyone's on their own different, separate, distinct path. As I say, Maggie, when I talk about me writing, I'm serious about writing 5 books, and I'm talking about writing 5 books on shit no one has heard before. Taking it
When are
down
you
to
going to start writing those books?
fuck it. I have it here. Remember, I was telling you, that's the hard drive. That's the hard drive of the laptop I'm in, and that's the one I bought just before I went to America to see you that time, and everything is in there. All of the information is in there. Now I'm trying to figure because that it sort of got blown out. So your man couldn't retract the information or retract the information from it. I guess if I had money or whatever inspiration down the line, maybe we would pay more and they'll be able to get it out. But if they can't even do that, it's all in here anyway. Why don't they do it? I was never because I was always expecting the end all the way up. We knew the end was coming in 2014. I kept giving it 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 definitely. No, 2019 definitely. I was really disappointed after Easter time in 2019. I was sure it was 2019 Easter time, the transformation. It happened to Easter 2020. I knew it was 19 because 19 is the eighth prime number, right? And we are eight. HU man, SS, right? We are a divided state. But I counted from fucking stupid. Let me show you. Well, I don't even show you the wall. It's a picture of 9/11 on the wall, Maggie, or the Twin Towers, the Manhattan skyline. That was the pivotal moment in my life. Not at the time, but when I came to investigate it, 2010. And within 3 months, I would say less than 3 months, I ended up where I'm at right now. Well, not quite where I'm at right now. I knew it was a media and victim hoax, but now I see it's all symbolic, right? So it's a greater connection, it's a transformation, the greatest blockbuster of our time, but it was a presentation to us, right? So it was symbolic in nature, and it did represent this greater transition. So 19 years, certain of it, but I counted for like a fucking idiot from 2000. I started counting from 2000, which is zero instead of 2001, which we always start counting from. If I did that, that would have brought me up to the transformation at Easter 2020. I was really disappointed back then. But when it came about this year, I knew immediately then it was a hoax. I knew straight away. And oh Jesus, all the years they've been presenting the zombie movies and Outbreak and all this sort of stuff. Yeah. It was obvious they were going to do in some sort of form.
Outbreak was made here.
Was that?
Hmm.
What's that other? The Walking Dead is another. You remember that series that they played over
I
in
didn't
the?
watch that. No, I didn't watch that.
I'd never stupid shit like. But now you see that they're preparing
Yeah, I know,
something.
but now you see zombies walking around. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Well, one thing's for certain, Maggie. No one's ever seen. We haven't seen a time like this, and the greater implications here. All governments are in it. So what does that say? Two possibilities: we're either doomed or we're saved. And
Right.
even if we're doomed, we're
We're
saved
saved.
because your heart is in the right place, and that'll do. That'll do. There's greater power in play in all of this, and I don't think everything is for nothing. Can't see it. I've also came up with some great realizations regarding God and the devil and how they're one and the same. When you write down God and you reverse the D, capital D, and you connect the first D of the devil to it, you get a theta symbol, right? Which is the one and the zero, which is a relationship ultimately signifying pi. I also came up with they say that 42 is the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Right.
Well, what's the question? I come up with the question, quite a few questions actually. I've also come up with the proper question to a proper answer to. Have you ever heard the riddle from Alice in Wonderland? Why is a raven like a writing desk? You mightn't have heard it. We should put Alice in Wonderland on. Well, you like reading. Read it again, Maggie. It's the most encoded book, and I guarantee you will get. You have to. Michael
Mm.
featured in the Five Alive Dodo. There's that connection there, but I guarantee, and especially with your interest in the English language and your eloquence, etc. I think it's all covered. But yeah, when it comes to yeah, this is my pathway. This is my, no one else has been on as far as I can tell. I mean, I haven't been looking to see who's been doing what, but no one has been on this pathway because a certain context is needed. And well, that context is about flat earth. And the truth is always known. The fool on the hill sees the world going around while the eyes in his head sees the sun going down or something like that, the other way around. But, they know it. The Beatles knew. People are born into knowing. And whatever
Right.
roles they play, I do think that um, I do think that no one is privy to the whole truth. In the Bible, not that I'm a Bible freak or anything like that, but yeah, we're told that even the elect will be deceived. The elect will be deceived. So yeah, I don't think the Creator has deserted us at all, and I also don't think in the greater scheme of things, this life is anything. So this is just a venture and just having an experience, And well, the great game of life, every game has a start, beginning, and an end point. And up to this point, even though there's a little bit more, I do say that all roads lead to ARISTARCHUS, Maggie, the tree of life, the divided tree of life. But outside of the material, of course, there's the greater immaterial us. Um, so listen, I'm going to save time for the next, what do you call it, for the next hangout. But have you, will I put my email, Maggie, in the chat here, or are you on StreamYard now as an account? I think you can add my account. But if you can't, actually, I'll put my email here in chat just in case. But if you can, next time you join in StreamYard, you should see my name, which is what, Piche? Is it just Piche? Yeah, it is Piche. Uh, but I put my email in the chat there, fannymason@gmail.com.
The
Yeah, just in case. Don't put your own information out there, but just in
it
case.
gets weird when I do this. Hold on a second. Can you put it in this chat right here?
Which chat?
This little one here where I'm
Oh,
I'm not
private chat.
seeing.
Okay, hang
Yeah.
on. Oh, hang on. Oh, I'll do that perfectly. Who's that? Oh, that's the mind of God. I didn't know that was the mind of God. Have you? I don't think you've ever spoken to him. That would have been a great conversation, Maggie. But
No.
there's lots. Me and you are just catching up here. So, but Maggie, imagine some of the conversations we could have with just other people involved as well. You know what I mean? Talking about some of
Oh
the stuff.
yeah.
But anyway, I don't. I think it's a bit late for that. I'm not about
No. That's great.
this stage. But let me put my email here. Mason at gmail.com. My Skype is, well, you don't want to go back on Skype, so that's okay. So StreamYard.
No, I can go back on Skype. But I just never did, and I forgot since I couldn't. I don't know. I
Okay.
couldn't find you and whatever. So
That's
hold on
okay.
a
Look, Yeah, that's okay, Maggie. You have the sort of my email is in the private chat here, and I think next time
Okay.
you StreamYard, it should give a reference to Pete Shea because you've been on the what do you call it last time. So I think that should do.
Okay.
So that'd be great. But Maggie, thank you so much for
Oh, you too.
again. It's been great, and look, we'll have a private chat.
Yep, we
Virtual.
will.
And
Good.
these are the times, Maggie. These are definitely the times we're waiting for. Please take in that rain. Do you hear me?
All
They say
right.
strip off out in your back. You know, just take
It's
in that.
freezing here.
Well, okay, well, but well, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are, and also, um, just the night sky. There's a green hue. This aurora borealis hue. It's consistent hue to the sky.
Oh, I've seen that a lot. By the way, the email is FONNY Mason
Yeah, Fonny
or
Mason. That's yeah, Fonny Mason at gmail.com.
okay. Alrighty.
Okay.
Okay, we'll talk soon.
Very brilliant, Maggie. And thanks very much again. And love to you. And we'll speak soon. Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Okay. Let me. Bye bye. Okay. Well, let me just finish up there then. And that was great. Well, yeah. Fuck, a lot of catching up to do. And that was more a sort of private conversation as well. But we could talk about certain things just that we come to find a lot. And, you know, it'd be confounding because Maggie is so far ahead in her thinking than so many others. And well, now everything, now the nightmare ends. So make it so, Maggie. Let it be so. The nightmare ends, and all truth comes to the surface. When we look at the word truth, TRUTH. There we have the TH at the end again. Understanding what the TH means in relation to our component parts and that drive upwards in the name of the Father, the Son, the whole E, spear it. Amen. Man, change letters around. Man, MAN, right? Move the A to the front. AMN. Amen. Amen. Man, amen. Right? So we look at the A upwards. When we connect the two crossbars from the H and we raise, sorry, when we connect the two pillars and we raise the crossbar, then we get the capital T. When we go downwards, go to hell, in the heart of the material. So, yeah, very interesting. And sorry about that, mind of God. I didn't notice the, what do you call it? I didn't notice the connection. TMOG is the mind of God. So sorry about that. But it was probably well that you didn't join in as well because, yeah, it's the first time I've spoken to Maggie in years at this stage. And yeah, next time, more than welcome. And yeah, Maggie can hold her own with anyone. And well, can buy and sell lots of people as well. How many people do you know talk about how many flat earthers do you know who talk openly about 9/11 media and victim hoax? Not too many, right? And if you don't talk about these things openly, but then how are you going to make any greater connections? If it's symbolic in nature, how are you going to be able to connect any other potential connections and clues? So on that note, it's four. Would you believe it? It's 4:22. 422, unbelievable. Just talking about 422 being Earth Day 2020. Oh, of all the money that I had, I am sorry for it going away. Oh, and all the friends that I had lost, they would wish me one more day to stay. Since it falls unto my lot, then I will rise and you would not. I'll sink right and I'll shortly call. Good night and joy be with you. That was a terrible version of that song, but you get the general message anyway. So good night and joy be with you all, and thank you for tuning in. Thanks again to Maggie for joining, and yeah, until the next time, friends. I love you, my Steve. Thanks, Brad. See you later. love to own.